Awesome.
Okay, shalom everybody. The water for tuning in to another Shabbat class. I hope everybody's having a good second half of their Shabbat anyway. The water for having patience with us last week. We were kind of tied up doing various things. But yeah, we're going to get started really soon. Shout out to all the schools out here getting the work in, teaching the word. Shout out to Cabo Cobb in Guatemala getting his teaching in on a consistent basis. Shout out to the brothers out in Houston, Virginia, Rochester, New York, getting this word out. Hope everybody's doing well today. Houston. And yeah, did I say Houston? Yeah. I just want to make sure. I don't want to exclude anybody. Also, Passover's coming up. You're going to blink and it's going to be time. That's going to be a great time that we get back here and start gathering with each other. It's already February time coming, man. It's like, I know for sisters, it's sewing parties going on for a 2-month period of time, and that's it. So just on that level, for brothers in San Antonio, make sure you start saving a little bit of Shequarm away now, so they can start getting the sewing garment items early. Honestly, we got to pull at least probably 100 per man out just to start. So this is the beginning materials needed to make the garments they need to get going. So that's just something you want to be conscious of going into this next week, because nobody wants to start late. That's not cool, and nobody wants to put sisters through that kind of stress, having to sit back and work triple shifts. They have their homes, their jobs, and camp. Mm-hmm. So let's try to sit back here and get this started as quick as possible to I guess stretch out the responsibility at an adequate period of time. Anyway, with that being said, let's just get our prayers and get started with the prayers. Okay. Imagine, that's us. Okay. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nathan Lanawa. Awar. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nathan Lanawa. Rayak. Nayachacha. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Right there, I gotta get it tight. Imagine Wapunya Yerushalayim.
Man and face Jerusalem.
Alright. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nathan Lanawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Ainasha, Ayanyamya, Hahayam, Ma'aya, Yabua'a, Isaiah, Yabua'a, Ma, Yahawah, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'arataza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yashrala, Yahawah, Shemaya, Yahawah, Tazalia, Ayel, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashamash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahawah, Yashemaya, Makom, right? Yashemar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Hawalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitha, I will Amen.
Psalm 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall not neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. This is like Credo. Shema Yashalab, Yahweh, Alahayana, Yahweh, Achad. Shema Yashalab, Yahweh, Alahayana, Yahweh, Achad. Shema Yashalab, Yahweh, Alahayana, Yahweh, Achad.
Deuteronomy 6:4. Hear, O Israel.
Hear, O Israel.
The Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayah, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwatka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayah, Natalano, Lachom, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachana, Chawathina, Hasalachana, Chawathina, Wala'a, Fabiano, Badasai 1, Abo, Hawashayna, Mayan, Right, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ara, Wahathapara, La'ai Walamya, Amen.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Okay, 10 Commandments, yo. 1 second. Just want to put some more. Okay, here we go. Okay, 10 Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achaya, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, Ta'ayna, Laka, Fasal, Wala'a, Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
La'a, Thalach, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Tharataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Tha'ayna. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Thachamat. Ko, Asherah. Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Did I miss this? Okay, just want to make sure. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Netholanah. Hathawara.
Blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the law.
Okay. Israel, Yeshabim.
Take seats.
Okay. Well, shalom everybody online. Shalom sis. Feelings the same here too, sis. But where we're at now, once it's typing this Shabbat Shalom here. Okay. There was a lot of information in 1 Samuel chapter 1 and verse 2. Chapter 1 and chapter 2. And I'm surprised we got 4 hours into just 2 chapters, but there wasn't any stretching of information. It just went there. But we're still at the time where Eli's sons are just wreaking havoc at the highest positions allowed. Okay, listen, his sons Phineas and it was
Hophni.
Hophni. So Phineas and Hophni are wreaking havoc on the people, man. They got their flesh hooks ready, rocking and rolling, man. They're taking meat. They're sitting back here. They're shorting the people on multiple levels. They're rolling like Biggie out. They're putting extortion tactics on people.
They're oppressive.
Yeah, they're oppressive on all levels. The men, the women, the nation, the whole nine.
And the Most High was not their priority, but they used their priesthood, their office as a cloak to do what they want to do.
Con. So yeah. He's about to get it. So what ends up happening is we jump. Well, I don't want to go into it, but 1 Samuel 2:27 kind of explains how a priest has to hit up Eli. The priest hit up Eli like right after Eli heard all the reports about his sons.
Did nothing, right?
He checked it. He went to his sons, tried to check them. They laughed it off. It's like, listen, man. Pretty much, if the Most High ain't getting them, they all in, huh? They're all in with their mindset, and they weren't listening to their old man, so to speak. So Eli had an opportunity, though, to execute judgment. Eli had an opportunity to correct and sting his sons. Listen, they should have been executed.
Yeah.
They should have been executed, and at the very least,
for the
taking of their office.
For the abusing of the women.
Yes, exactly.
Sexual abuse of the women, the extorting of the people,
and the taking of the fat of the Most High's food.
Taking the Most High, taking the Most.
They took the Most High's portion of the sacrifice. Those were all punishable offenses that they kept doing.
But you know, it said that they didn't know the Most High.
Yeah.
They didn't have a relationship with the Most High.
God, the people didn't. Nobody, listen, even, this was what was crazy even as we go into 1 Samuel 3. You had people doing temple things, doing Bible things. You're surrounded around Bible stuff. You have altars and basins and big-ass candlesticks that burn all night.
Bowls of sacrifice, bowls of blood for sacrifice.
Listen, right next to you is the ark, and you're sitting back here and nobody knows the Lord.
But I can relate to that because when we were Jake in the church, we were Jake in the church, going to church, it was just you're a little baby in the church, and you grew up, and you get an adult, and you have kids, and it's just like a
tradition.
It's a tradition.
Yep. Right.
So it becomes kind of empty. Anything goes. This is what I'm supposed to do.
That sounds like Israel too.
God.
That's not just the church. That's not just the church. Creflo Dollar TD Jakes church.
God.
That's Israelite church. Goes through the same process.
That's the church state.
We'll sit back here and we'll go through the routine and cycle of Bible-based things, gatherings, Passovers, Purims, all that stuff, right? We'll go through that process, but then forget or have no clue about what it takes to please the Heavenly Father.
It's easy to do because this is just what my mama expects from me, what my dad expects from me. This is what people around me, they expect me to show up. I should show up, I should dress up, I should go be around the Israelites, I should say Hebrew. It's just a routine.
Right.
So I can see how Israel was tripping.
Yep. So what ends up happening is Eli's sons, they're turned up out, all the way out.
God.
They're creating mayhem. You got to think about, not only they do all those negative things, you think people during that time or any time want to even go down to the temple, man? People were already tripping during the time of Judges. There was already individualism at its highest level. And then you got the highest of the high leaders show no regard and respect for the Most High's work.
It's almost a disrespect to the office itself.
It was exactly. And this is how the Most High sees it. He sees that the priesthood itself was tainted and shamed. Now Eli was sitting back here sticking to the mechanical process of what it took to be the high priest. But he was getting old, and he was too concerned with keeping his family lineage going and pushing that, keeping that Ithamaric line of the priesthood going. He was too concerned with that and less concerned about judgment and justice.
So is that safe to say that if my personal endeavors and my personal affairs outweigh the importance of my office?
Yes. Yes. Because when it really boils down to it is, the only thing that matters should be judgment. What it also shows you is that as a priest, as a man of the Most High, your sentiment is always going to be attacked and challenged. Your allegiances, your sentiment can't come before righteousness.
And sentiment being what?
His
like
sentiment, his
your
feelings,
emotional care.
his relationships and his connections, whether it's to family or to people that are close to his heart. You can't be a sentimental individual and lead and function in judgment. You can't make proper decisions in positions of leadership if I'm too emotionally tied to anything or anybody. Listen, because think about it, he knows his sons were wrong. He checked him on it in verse 24 and 25 of the scriptures.
You know, that's why it says if a man desired the office of a bishop, he desired a good work.
God.
On down it says one that ruleth well his own house.
God.
You know what I'm saying? So one of the criteria is how do you deal with the people in your own house?
God.
Because the ones in your house, the Most High is looking at as a determining factor how you function at home to see if you qualify for this leadership position.
God.
He said, because if not, he said, how can he rule the house of the Most High if he can't rule well his own house?
God.
So the criteria is in how do you conduct yourself, not just when you're in the church and you're in amongst people, but how do you conduct yourself at home?
So you're saying such one, my house should be a reflection of how we operate camp-wide. It can't be camp is one thing and house is separate. There can't be a separation from home and camp.
Right. I can't be lewd at home, but expect to change when I come back in the face of men in leadership. All I'm doing is carrying that same behavior forward. But you could see who, based on what we're reading, you could see who was actually implementing the same standard, not just in the church, but they implemented that standard at home. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said a leader got to have that ability to say, okay, if this is what the Most High wants, then it's not just what the Most High wants when we're at the school or we're at the church or we're amongst the body. It's what the Most High wants all day, every day.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So there's no differentiation of how things are done. I'm the same person at the school. I'm the same person at home. I got the same discipline. I got the same fortitude. I got the same desires.
Yep.
I got the same responsibility.
Yep.
I don't just show up and play Israelite or play Hebrew. You know what I'm saying?
There's no doubt about it. So let's get into it. We kind of have the background of what's going on. Eli was warned about the fruit of his actions and his deeds by a prophet. And now we're going to start going into Samuel a little bit more and the finality and the repercussions of all of Eli and his son's decisions and what those decisions have as a consequence to the nation of Israel. Yes,
just one scripture on this topic, if I can, real quick.
it.
Ecclesiastes chapter 30, verse 13, real quick. 11 through 13 real fast. Anybody got it?
Ecclesiastes 30 and verse 11. Give him no liberty in his youth,
That's why when you got children, they say give him no liberty in his youth. Go ahead.
and wink not at his folly.
Don't let a lot of things slide. You let a lot of things slide within your household. Read on.
Bow down his neck while he is young,
Go ahead.
and beat him on the sides while he is a child,
Go ahead.
lest he wax stubborn.
All that happens is when you don't check problems at home, you're letting stubbornness just flourish within the house. Go ahead.
And disobedient unto thee,
And be disobedient unto thee. Go ahead.
and so bring sorrow to thine heart.
And so can you imagine the kind of sorrow that Eli is having to feel because of his sons and their actions and their behavior? Read on.
Chastise thy son, and hold him to labor,
Go ahead.
lest his lewd behavior,
Let's his what?
his lewd behavior,
Go ahead.
be an offense unto thee.
And so now you got 2 sons with lewd behavior instead of 1. So it's twice as painful. You know what I'm saying? Now I got 2 sons that don't know how to act. They're adults. They're grown. They're adults.
And they're making me look bad.
And they're making me look real bad. Because all that people see when they look at your children, who do they look at?
Parents.
They look at the parents. They look right at the parents and say, "Damn, this is you. You allow this? This what you allow in your house? This how you conduct yourself at home?" Because the children are just a reflection of who? The parent. Yes, sir. Say it again.
Scripture, please.
Con, go ahead.
Ecclesiastes 11 and verse 28. Judge none blessed before his death, for a man shall be known in his children.
Therefore, a man should be known where?
In his children.
In his children. So that's how you know a man. In his children. Look at his kids. The children are the reflection of what's going on in the house, and the disciplines or the lack thereof. You can just look at the kids. That's
or the chaos in the house.
Right. That's the fruit of the house. That conduct. Yes, sir.
Would you say that a man will have to first conduct himself according to the scriptures and gather the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Most High to train his children afterwards?
What you mean afterwards?
Like basically, no, not afterwards. I'm just saying, like basically, would you think that the man has to do that first, like gather this information, this knowledge, and train his children as well, so that way they can.
You know, if you want the best desired outcome, but how many of us have children before we have knowledge?
Right.
And then we have to backtrack and try to clean up the mess and pick up the pieces, and then try to figure it out when the kids is already here. You know, a lot of times the kids, we should have been learning this prior to having children. You know what I'm saying? But this is what happens when you don't have the knowledge. Then you making babies. Then you're trying to fix the problem as you're growing up. Makes it twice as hard.
And then the kids seeing all the arguments and the fighting.
The fighting.
And you trying to restore your household in a certain way, and they're front and center seeing all the chaos and confusion.
Yep.
Yeah. This is part of the challenges of bringing Israel back together. But okay, you got any more?
Yeah, that's it.
So let's continue. Let's get into reading, and let's get to 1 Samuel chapter 3, verse 1. I need the first reader. We'll salute him in.
Yoab, Shal Shabbatar, Ban Yahawda, Ban Yasha'al.
Yawa'ab, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawda, Ban Yasha'al. Amachu. Right? Yahawah Hashem Yashabakatah.
Yahawah Hashem Yashabakatham.
1 Samuel chapter 3, verse 1. And the child Samuel ministered unto the Most High before Eli. And the word of the Most High was precious in those days. There was no open vision.
There was no open vision. There was nobody had a clear communication with the Most High. And the Most High wasn't communicating with people at the time. You can't forget, this was the era of the judges. For that 450 some odd years, or that 400 years, it was willy-nilly, everybody do their own thing. And what it's showing you is when the vibration of the country and the time was so negative and selfish, the Most High's presence wasn't there. His presence wasn't there. We've read all the book of Judges and how everybody was sitting back here making different gods and idols and images. And there was no unity, there was no love, there was no consideration.
Even the image of the Most High, even the image,
Yes.
image of the Most High,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is madness.
Which is madness. But that was the vibration of the time of the people. So at this time, nobody was getting visions. And this is why Samuel's existence was like the beginning of the re-ushering in of making the Most High the important center of the nation. And I would say Samuel was a judge, which he was, but he also was a prophet. And he was that new mode that the Most High was trying to establish as to be the proper leader and the head of the people. Because don't forget, before Samuel, your judges were just who? They were just warriors. They were just warriors. Nobody was prophesying anything, man.
Yeah,
Nobody was reading anything.
He ushered in the golden age.
He ushered in the golden age of making the word priority of the prophets
versus Samson and versus
all the Gideon and all these warriors who sat back and became their own priest, disconnected from the Heavenly Father. Okay, so read it from the top again.
Gotcha. 1 Samuel chapter 3 verse 1. And the child Samuel ministered unto the Most High before Eli. And the word of the Most High was precious in those days. There was no open vision.
Read on.
And it came to pass at that time, when Eli was laid down in his place, and his eyes began to wax dim, that he could not see.
So he was obviously getting older, and as you read on, as he was getting older, he was giving more and more of his power to his sons. Okay? But he's getting older, he's having issues with his sight. Read on.
It says, an ear, the lamp of the Most High, went out in the temple of the Lord.
So it's talking about the lamp of the Most High. It's talking about the 7 candlesticks that were in the temple area. Okay? So he says, and ere the lamp of the Most High went out in the temple of the Lord. What does that mean?
Someone was slacking their responsibility.
No. It was during nighttime. It says, and ere the lamp of the Most High went out in the temple of the Lord,
Maybe like
where the ark was,
or something.
and Samuel was laid down to sleep.
So the light went out?
No, it's not out. The light's on, meaning it was at nighttime.
Hey.
Oh. Okay.
Because the lamp cuts off when they put enough oil in there at night to where when it's morning time, it cuts off. So the lamp is going on at night. That's what's going on. So read verse 3 again.
1 Samuel chapter 3 verse 3. And ere the lamp of the Most High went out in the temple of the Lord.
Went out in the temple. Read on.
Where the ark of the Most High was. It says, and Samuel was laid down to sleep.
Don't forget, they had the holy place and the holy of holies. Now, back in these days, it's the temple, not the temple. Yeah, the temple was in Shiloh, right? And that's in the land of Ephraim. It wasn't put together like the tabernacle was back in Egypt. It was more of a sturdier foundation base at this particular time. It wasn't just rugs and curtains and cloth material. Okay, so now it's more structured and put together because it was in a stable place for consistent time. So it wasn't just a bunch of goat skins and ram skins over this area. I'm going to explain why. But at this particular time, the lamp is on. It's at night. Samuel was asleep. Okay, read on.
Verse 4. It says, that the Most High called Samuel, and he answered, here I am.
So it also shows you that Samuel was sleeping near the sanctuary, in one of the little compartments or little rooms next to the holy place. Okay, so read verse 4 again.
It says, and the Most High called Samuel, and he answered, here I am.
Okay.
And he ran unto Eli, and said, here I am, for thou callest me. And he said, I called not. Lie down again. And he went and lay down.
So he thought it was Eli calling for him because he didn't know the Most High. He didn't know how the Most High was communicating with him. So he thought Eli was yelling and asking him to help him out in his room for some reason. Okay? So he says, listen, man, I didn't call you. Go back to sleep. Read verse 6.
Gotcha. It says, and the Most High called yet again Samuel. And Samuel arose and went to Eli and said, here I am, for thou didst call me. And he answered, I called not, my son. Lie down again. Now Samuel did not yet know the Most High, neither was the word of the Most High yet revealed unto him.
So listen, and this is what hit me. Samuel was chosen, and he didn't know the Most High, even though he was around the service of the Most High his whole young life. Now he was brought to the temple at the latest by 5, at the earliest at 3. Because when a child is weaned, they're weaned to between 3 and 5 years old. So he came back he was in the temple at least from that particular time until the age he was at this time. He was at least around 12 years old. This is a roundabout scenario. So if he was around 12 years old, he was around the temple for around 7 years, approximately. He was 7 years during the service of the Heavenly Father, and he still didn't have an idea of the Most High or had a connection with the Most High yet. Okay, yes, sir?
Would it be safe to say that, when the scriptures say the Most High speaks once yet twice, man perceiveth not, that even us not knowing this truth, the Most High was trying to call us. There were situations that was happening to us in our life to let us know that the Most High had his hand on us, but we couldn't recognize it. That we couldn't put 2 and 2 together, that this situation that was happening in my life was the Most High trying to call me. He was trying to wake me up, but we were asleep.
I'm going to take it a little further. Listen, it's that, and it's also the Most High speaks once and twice and 3 times to us, and we don't even realize it didn't work. Because how long does it take for us to take this serious? It takes a certain amount of time for us to come in here and come to the realization of who you are. And then, how long does it take for you to be in this work and take the program serious? I've seen a lot of men come through these doors and waste time. Go through the motions, play Israelite, and it takes years for them to say, I'm going to take this serious. I'm going to take the work I do for the Most High serious in every facet of my life. A lot of us don't do that. A lot of us take 10 years before we even come to taking things serious. Taking the studying serious. Taking the commitment and the discipline serious. Start to take this word and make it theirs. It's a difference between hearing information, hearing scriptures, hearing words, but taking those concepts, taking these scriptures and making it your life. Something that you take to heart. Versus I'm just with my husband that serves the Most High and I'm just with him. Or,
this is some good guys.
This is some good guys, good brothers, good classes.
Good guys, man.
Versus making it yours. That's another whole set of circumstances. How long it takes to do that. And it explains to you that a lot of times we think we know the Most High, but we really don't know the Most High. We think we have a connection with the Heavenly Father, but really, we're going through the motions. Yes, sir?
When it says we have a zeal of the Most High,
yes,
but not according to knowledge.
Exactly. We don't mind doing this and that, but how sincere is our desire to change? How sincere is our desire to commit and take this word serious? Because I see it all the time.
Past 9 to 5. Pastors, good friends.
And it goes back to making this my home and my personal life and my camp life. I've seen a lot of brothers, they'll go through the motions from 9 to 5. Then they're a different person when they get home. I've always go back to that stupid meme where the polar bear goes home and he takes his polar bear suit off and he's a black bear. He's like, whoo! I can be a black bear again. I don't gotta be a white bear anymore. I'm a polar bear. It's the same concept with Israel. Listen, we're big polar bears around the camp. Shalom! We go home. We go back to the polar bear suit. We're opposite that. We go back to our real mortal side.
But we're not tricking the Most High, though.
We're not tricking the Most High. So a person, what it shows is a person can be around the truth, around the knowledge, around the classes, but the Most High ain't really with him. Or he don't have a connection with the Most High.
Well, it shows that.
Or she.
I'm not taking the Most High serious.
And so neither is he.
Most High gonna
The
take you
thing is,
serious,
we
take
think we can take the Most High, give him half-ass, and the Most High gonna take us serious. He's not taking you serious either.
That's the game, though.
That's the catch.
That's the game.
Y'all don't realize. You think he's taking you serious. He's not taking a damn thing you're doing is serious. Yes, sir?
Galatians 6 and 7. Be not deceived, the Most High is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that he shall also reap. We take that as like a physical thing, like
Yep.
the people, but it's really also more so a spiritual aspect. Whatever I give to the Most High and the work is what he's going to give me back. So that's just to back your point. That's all.
And it goes back to when it talks about dealing with Christ. It's about, are you going to sit back and sell the plot of land you got for the treasures over here? Anyway, I don't want to go too heavy into that, but I think you get the point. Read verse 7 again.
1 Samuel chapter 3, verse 7. Now Samuel did not yet know the Most High, neither was the word of the Most High yet revealed unto him.
Some people never get to understand the Most High. Some people never do. Samuel was very young and had the opportunity to know the Most High, which was a blessing for him. Read on.
Verse 8, it says, And the Most High called Samuel again the third time. And he arose and went to Eli, and said, Here I am, for thou didst call me. And Eli perceived that the Most High had called the child.
Because 3 is the number of understanding. And then Eli picked up one of the keys. You know what, man? The Most High is talking to this guy.
But while Samuel was around that for what, 5?
Approximately 5 to around. You would listen from different reading and different studying. It says he was around 12 years old. I can't prove it, but it makes sense.
But he was coherent to what was going on
at this particular point.
So he was peeping and seeing what to do and what not to do, basically.
Yes, and you know, and as much as you want a perfect situation where you want a young person to see only the best examples, you know what? You can't get around the fact you're going to see strength and weakness, and you got to decide what you want to do. That is a part of choosing the Most High. That's a part of choosing the service of the Heavenly Father. That's why even in this camp, we're not going to hide and pull punches when people get weak, from the top to the bottom, because we all have to see the best of our people and the weaknesses of our people, and you got to decide to choose strength. Hiding information, hiding stories, hiding the reality about Israel from the top to the bottom heals nobody, develops nobody. That sheltering, protective scenario doesn't make a person better. You just got to be able to sit back here. Most High tells us even in Deuteronomy to choose this day life or death. Choose the strength. You got to be able to see both and choose the strength. Samuel obviously saw the negative going on, and he still chose doing things the right way. And that's a way the Most High can really see where your intentions are at. Because a lot of people sit back here, and as soon as they see a flaw and an issue, this is why I don't give my spirit to this.
That's the game.
That is literally a part of how the Most High determines if you're serious about serving Him or not. Are you going to sit back here, see the weakness, see the inconsistency at times, see where the holes are at, and make a decision to not let the weaknesses keep me back from growing and taking this truth further? We saw plenty of weaknesses for years. We had to wait until we had an opportunity to change these things. And that's how it goes. And that's what the next generation should do. Whatever things we didn't do enough, don't do enough, the next generation comes in here and does it better. So anyway.
Verse 9. No? 1 Samuel chapter 3, verse 9.
So Eli realizes, okay, the Most High is talking to Samuel. Read on.
Therefore Eli said unto Samuel, Go, lie down, and it shall be, If he call thee, that thou shalt say, Speak, Yahweh, for thy servant heareth. So Samuel went and lay down in his place.
Okay, so now he's going to do exactly what his father tells him. Well, not father, but his
Eli
his surrogate father. Okay, read on.
Verse 10. And the Most High came and stood and called as at other times, Samuel, Samuel. Then Samuel answered, Speak, for thy servant heareth. And the Most High said to Samuel, Behold, I will do a thing in Israel, at which both the ears of every one that heareth it shall tingle.
Okay.
In that day I will perform against Eli all things which I have spoken concerning his house. When I begin, I will also make an end.
He says, when I begin, and when I finish this out, I'm going to make an end of his priestly line. Okay? Now, we're going to confirm it in the Josephus, but Eli's lineage, or Eli's line, was of the Ithamar line. Okay? Now, what that means is, Aaron was supposed to be the only person, or his family line was supposed to be the only person who can be and establish the priesthood. And particularly out of Aaron's lineage, it was supposed to be Eleazar's line. Okay, Aaron had 4 sons. His first 2 sons got burnt at the altar for sitting back here burning strange incense and being wicked. So the only 2 sons left he had was Eleazar and Ithamar. Okay, for some reason, after Aaron died, Eleazar rose up. After Eleazar, it was Phinehas. And for some reason, a couple of generations passed, and it's over here. It's a matter of fact. Hold this and go to Josephus, book 5, chapter 11, paragraph 5. Josephus, book 5, chapter 11, paragraph 5. 5:11:5.
The Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 11, paragraph 5. Now Eli was the first of the family of Ithamar, the other sons of Aaron, that had the government.
Can you slow it down real quick? Can you repeat it one more
Let's
time?
go back. What page is that for everybody?
It's page 150 in the blue book. The Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 11, paragraph 5. Now Eli was the first of the family of Ithamar, the other son of Aaron, that had the government. For the family of Eleazar officiated as high priest at first, the son still receiving that honor from the father which Eleazar bequeathed to his son Phinehas.
It was Eleazar and Phinehas. Read on.
After whom Abizar his son took the honor and delivered it to his son, whose name was Buki. From his son Ozai received it. After whom Eli, of whom we have been speaking, had the priesthood, and so he and his posterity until the time of Solomon's reign. But then the posterity of Eleazar resumed.
So this was what the Most High was saying on a prophetic level, was that Eli's family and lineage was about to be, I guess, taken away from the government or having the power of the leadership for Israel. Okay, so we're gonna let Josephus go for a little bit and go back to verse 12 in 1 Samuel 3.
It just shows that the Most High is not the author of confusion.
He's not the author of confusion, but the crazy thing is Israel has been operating confusing this entire time of the judges. The line of Eleazar was supposed to maintain the government. However the hell Eli got it, I don't know how. It doesn't explain why it switched from Eleazar to Eli all of a sudden, but it wasn't supposed to be that way. And this was Eli's actions and conduct, and his son's conduct pretty much was the nail in the coffin as to why the Most had to sit back here and cut them short. Read on.
1 Samuel chapter 3 and verse 13. It says, "For I have told him that I will judge his house forever for the iniquity which he knoweth."
He says, I'm going to judge his house forever for the iniquity which he knoweth. He knows what's happening. He knows what his sons are doing. He knows the shame that his sons are putting not only on his household, but the entire nation of Israel. And all the hell he's putting his people through because of their lasciviousness and their lust and their pride. Continue.
It says, because his sons made themselves vile, and he restrained them not.
And it was, he didn't restrain them in their youth, and he didn't restrain them in their old age. He didn't do anything about it when he had a chance. And he's had constant chances to check these sons.
There you have two scriptures on that.
Mm-hmm.
Proverbs 19 and 13.
Took it right off you, huh?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
And then Ecclesiastes 25 and 7.
I got Proverbs.
Let me do this real quick.
Proverbs
25.
25
You
and
said
7.
Proverbs what again, sir?
19
19 and verse 7.
19 verse 7, okay.
And then, 19 and 13. 19 and 13. And then Ecclesiastes 25 and 7.
So Proverbs chapter 19, verse 13.
Hold on.
Whenever you're ready.
Go for it.
All right.
It says, "A foolish son is the calamity of his father."
Now, calamity, it says, a great misfortune or cause of misery.
Wow.
So, it says, calamity by definition. Any great misfortune or cause of misery. So it says a foolish son is the what?
A foolish son is the calamity
Is the great misfortune or the cause of misery to who?
of his father.
And so that's a foolish son can cause misery to a father. But
No doubt.
instead of misery, it's supposed to be joy. You're supposed to have joy of your children. Go to Ecclesiastes 25 and 7.
Ecclesiastes 25 and verse 7. There be 9 things which I have judged in mine heart to be happy.
He said this is one of the things that I'm supposed to make a man proud. This is one of the things that's supposed to make a man happy. Read on.
And the 10th I will utter with my tongue. A man that have joy of his children.
It says a man that have joy of who?
His children.
Your children are supposed to make you proud. They're supposed to make you happy. It's supposed to be one of the greatest things you could say. Okay, I did, man. I made some good kids. I had some good kids. I did some well organized, well groomed. Responsible. They listen. They're obedient. You know what I'm saying? They're good, upstanding. That's something to be proud of. But that's not always the case.
Jake just happy they just look cute out, or they got long hair.
Yeah.
They got straight hair. They got yeah, they got joints on that.
You know what I'm saying?
Polo baby.
They ride clean. They ride clean, man.
Oh my goodness.
Just like their daddy.
Exactly. It's horrible.
Yeah, that's not what's supposed to be. You're supposed to be proud of. He said that the fact that your children are doing great, the Most High accepts them. They're acceptable in the eyes of the Most High. He said, read that part one more time.
And the 10th I will utter with my tongue. A man that have joy of his children.
That's it. That's all I want to bring out on that part. They're not supposed to bring you misery. They're not supposed to bring you misfortune. They're not supposed to bring you some type of pain. You're supposed to have joy of your kids. And unfortunately, that's not always the case.
You can't have joy with your kids unless they're in order.
Yep. Boom. Bingo.
You can't have joy with them unless they are in order. And they know how to obey it and understand basic functions and how to care of themselves. Then you can enjoy it.
Yep.
But if they ain't in order, you can't do nothing with them.
Man, it makes you feel bad.
Hell yeah.
You can't control them. You can't tell them nothing. It's almost like it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's almost like I gotta hope the best. I gotta hope for the best.
Then you gotta go into, well, when they fall, hopefully they'll come back.
Yeah.
Well, that damn desperate spirit out.
That prodigal son spirit.
Yeah, I hope when they fall on their face and come back and I can work with them again. And that's a lot of times where a lot of parents are at.
That's the hope.
That hope don't always come through.
Oh.
Yeah. Scary. That's all I want to bring out.
But let's keep going back then. Let's go back to
Verse 7.
Yeah, let's go back to 1 Samuel.
Verse 14.
Yeah.
1 Samuel chapter 3, verse 14. And therefore I have sworn unto the house of Eli, that the iniquity of Eli's house shall not be purged with sacrifice nor offering forever.
So what it's saying is, what Eli's sons and his family did won't be forgiven forever. What is shown is this: what Eli's sons did was an example of certain people's actions or certain sins that are unforgivable.
Cross the line, huh?
And this is what the Most High is showing, that there are certain sins, there's certain conduct and attitude that the Most High doesn't sit back here and say, okay, everything's going to be okay. I'm going to wink at this one. Go to Numbers chapter 15, verse 30 through 31 to explain this. There's certain verses, well, there's certain conduct and things that's just unacceptable. That you can sit back here and ask all the forgiveness in the world, you burn all the damn sacrifice in the world, it's not accepted. And the Most High ain't going to let us get away with it.
Numbers chapter
15, verse 30 and 31.
God. Numbers chapter 15 and verse 30. But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously.
Let's look up presumptuously. The spirit that ought presumptuously.
So soul and spirit is like interchangeable?
Yeah, the person, yeah, the spirit. Who's got it? Presumptuously.
Presumptuously, in the 1828.
I need you to speak loud, bro.
Yes, speak up.
Presumptuously, arrogantly, willfully, in bold defiance of conscience or violation of known duty, as to sin presumptuously, with groundless and vain confidence in the divine favor.
So the arrogance and the willful, bold defiance of what a person knows is right. When you just don't give a shit, and you're bold in what you want to do, and there's an arrogance behind your sin and your conduct, now, understanding that that's presumptuously. Now read on Numbers 15, verse 30 again.
God. Numbers chapter 15 and verse 30 from the top reads, But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger.
So whether you're an Israelite
or not,
because listen, an example of a person who's a stranger that was presumptuous was who? It was Antiochus Epiphanes.
Yeah.
Antiochus Epiphanes was bold. He was boldly defiant against the Heavenly Father. He was boldly defiant against the
offering pigs and swines flesh.
That's the point. Yeah. His boldness and defiance and lack of respect for the Most High's realm was a perfect example of a presumptuous spirit from a stranger. And an example of a presumptuous spirit from Israel was Eli's sons. And how bold they were against sitting back here. They knew the fat of the animal was the Most High. Right. And they didn't give two shits about
this willful sin.
It's that bold willfulness that keeps a person doing sin regardless of the effect, regardless of pissing off the Heavenly Father, the consequence, how bad their actions made the nation look, or even the Most High look.
Yeah, his office.
His position look. It was a shamelessly bold ploy. Yes, Allah.
Another for presumptuous, the root is presume, which means to go too far in acting unwarrantably or in taking liberties. And then one more right here says to take something for granted. So we do that very often. That was what's happening back then. But we ourselves do that like to this day. If you could just let what you're saying breathe. We do that right now, 2022. We literally do that right now. We take, if we're in the office, we're here in the school, some of us here, we take that for granted right now. We're not, well, I'm not even going to go
It's a process to take it for granted and then cross the line.
How do we take it for granted today?
We take it for granted because we're here and we're supposed to be giving our all, right? We're supposed to be getting the understanding of what we're doing, but we want to shrug it off. We want to say, I'll do it next week. I'll do it next year. Or, oh, you know what? I'm going to let him do it. Or I'm going to let him go do this. Instead of us taking accountability, responsibility, right? What we're supposed to do and just giving ourselves 100%. We don't do that. We're going to shrug it off to someone else.
Let me ask you a question. Can we see the Most High?
Can we?
Yeah.
No, sir.
No. But who can we see?
We can see our brothers.
We can see our brothers. So if we do that in 2022, how do we deal with our brothers? Because you can't see the Most High. But how do you take light or take for granted today what the Most High considers sacred?
Say for example, I'll you go off with the words they said about taking this home, making this ours, right? We hear that when we're in class, and it sounds amazing. It sounds great. You're filled with the Spirit, so to speak. But then after we leave the classroom, that 9 to 5, it just like poof vanishes. Or we'll feel good for an hour or two, but then poof, it vanishes, and we don't rekindle, rejuvenate that feeling every day, or that desire every day. It's not there. I'm just talking about with myself sometimes. It's not there, you know. So we have to take that home, and then like I said, if I can see that, I'm pretty sure others can see that. I'm just speaking right now, so lock it.
Or you
I'm
just see the folly and won't even say nothing about it.
That too.
Or you could disregard how you talk to your brother or how you treat your brother.
Matthew 5:22. It says, "But I say unto you, that whosoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment. And whosoever shall say to his brother, Rakah, shall be in danger of the council. But whosoever shall say, Thou fool, shall be in danger of hellfire." You see there's like a difference in degree? There's danger of judgment, then there's council. Most times says, okay, cool, hellfire, bro. You got to burn for this, bro.
Because it goes back into what verse 31 explains. Read verse 30 from the top, then we're going to jump to verse 31 in the Numbers.
God. Numbers chapter 15, verse 30 reads, "But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproacheth the Lord. And that soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he have despised the word of the Lord."
So it goes back into the despising of the word. And it goes back into the despising of what the Most High expects from us.
Right.
His program, his laws, how we're supposed to treat each other.
Conduct.
Right.
So when you're in a situation where you despise your service and your responsibilities, now you're in a situation where you might not be forgiven for your sins at this particular point.
Or how I disregard the nature of how I treat the people around me. Because the measurement to the Most High is each other. You know, so no man seeth the Most High, but we do see each other. So the Most High uses your relationships around you as a determining factor how you look at him. So if I deal with the people around me with boldness, or with that definition that you had of presumptuous or presume, with that arrogance, I don't care about a consequence. I don't care if you get mad at me. I don't care if I get in trouble. I just feel like I can talk to you, deal with you, treat you any way that I feel.
And despise you.
And despise you without any consequence, or I don't care about the consequence. I don't care if I get in trouble. I don't care what the repercussions are. We still can act presumptuously in 2022, like y'all was bringing up. That behavior can still be reproduced when we roll like that with each other. Yes, sir.
John 13:35.
Read it.
John 13:35. "By this shall all men know that ye are my disciples, if you have love one to another."
Right. So showing once again that that's the criteria of how the Most High knows that you either love Christ or that you're a follower of the Most High.
So, but I just want to say one thing, and I'll let you go, Dawiyad. It's just it goes back to what? It goes back to why do you do what you do? Am I doing what I'm doing with gladness of joyfulness of heart, or am I doing what I'm supposed to do in a despising, angry nature?
Or as a hireling.
Well, hireling, I'm despising the path the Most High has taken me on. Don't forget, and I don't want to make this too deep, but this is during Numbers chapter 15, right before the brother that was walking around here gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. Does y'all remember when that guy was gathering sticks on the Sabbath day? Do you remember that period of time?
After they were told they couldn't make it.
That was it. So the Most High, that was right after the Most High told Moses, "Listen, y'all niggas is here till y'all die in this dirt."
I'm gonna do what I want to do then. Shit.
But that was right before that. He said, "You can't carry yourself presumptuously.
Yeah.
You can't sit back here and walk around angry and pissed off about the judgment and the life you have to live based off your own decisions. You have to learn how to deal with the consequences of your actions and not be angry at the Most High because of your choices and the judgment the Most High implied on us because of our decisions.
So then we get a mentality of, well, I don't care no more.
Exactly.
Con.
I'm bitter. I don't care. Life ain't fair. Now I can sit back and be destructive and despise my condition and despise my life. And I don't give a shit who I affect because of my anger inside of me. Yes, sir?
I had a precept for that.
What you got?
Psalm 66 and 18.
Read
If I
it.
regard iniquity in my heart, the Lord will not hear me.
Exactly. If I sit back here and have this anger and hatred inside of me because of what, and because the anger and hatred turns into the sin. It turns into the bad
It's the
decision
motivate.
making.
It's to motivate.
Exactly. And then I start to smite the serpents around me and take advantage of the people around me.
I start to abuse my office.
And be openly disrespectful.
I'm openly disrespectful. I'm openly abusive to my office.
And it's letting us know that when you're overly abusive in any arena and you're despising and you're bitter, there's certain things the Most High is not going to forgive you for. Read Numbers 15 in the end of 31.
Come. Numbers chapter 15 and verse 31 reads, because he have despised the word of the Lord, and have broken his commandment, that soul shall utterly be cut off. His iniquity shall be upon him.
So we're going to read in the New and the Old Testament that there's certain sins that just aren't forgivable. And he's explaining the spirit and the mindset behind a person who is doing sins that are not going to be forgiven. This presumptuous person, this person that despises the word of the Most High, that sin is not going to be forgiven.
Are these men and women that know the Most High and know His law already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah.
You have to know the law to break the law.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they choose after they hear it that shit don't matter to them.
The Most High winks
That's
he
despising.
winks at ignorance.
Yeah.
That's not ignorant when I know better.
That's true.
Isn't that the iniquity of the heart? Meaning, it's in me,
Yep.
but the prayer's not even heard. The prayer of forgiveness or request for forgiveness not even heard because within me, I'm still bearing that iniquity.
I'm bearing that presumptuous mindset
Right.
that the Most High is not going to accept.
Right.
What's that? What you got?
I had verse, the New Testament verse, Luke 12 and 10, and 2nd Ezra 7 and 20.
Hold off on that. Hold the second Ezra's one. I have a couple. I want a verse in Mark 3 and 29. I think it's all saying the same thing, but Mark 3 and 29.
Yeah, it's kind of the same.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Mark 3 and 29.
Mark 3 verse 29. But he that shall blaspheme against the Holy Spirit hath never forgiveness.
This is the same point. It's the same concept whether you're acting presumptuously, despising the Most High, or you're blaspheming the Holy Spirit. This is what the blaspheming of the Holy Spirit is. It's that willful sin, that willful, prideful mindset that we have in us that doesn't respect and appreciate His word. He says that person that blasphemes against the Holy Spirit hath never forgiveness. Read on.
But is in danger of eternal damnation.
Eternal damnation.
Damn.
This person that just shamelessly just doesn't respect the Most High, His work, His laws, His standards. These are the ones, or His brothers. These are the ones that are in danger of hellfire. Jump to there's another one in I think it's Matthew 12 and 31.
And if you read that last part of that verse that you pulled, it says Christ told this to the Pharisees because they said he hath an unclean spirit.
Mm-hmm.
They had already passed judgment on Christ.
Yeah.
They had already passed judgment that you don't deserve respect.
Yep.
You don't deserve honor. You don't.
So what they're doing? They spit on the word, right?
Right.
They spit on the word, right?
Right. They've already made a decision in their mind, and that's what that arrogance is. I've already concluded in my mind that my way is right.
Yep.
Wow.
and I can look at you in whatever negative way. It goes back to that rocket statement. I was bringing up that negative outlook towards a brother with no willingness to see the end of a matter before the beginning of a matter.
I've already prejudged his brother.
Exactly. And that person that's in prejudgment mode, they're in danger of hellfire.
Can I read the second answer?
Okay, let me finish this this other one in Matthew 12 and 31. Then we'll do the answers. Matthew 12 and 31.
Matthew chapter 12 and verse 31 reads.
I need it louder than that. I need you to bring your Bible up like this. I need you to look at me. When you read like this, you're cutting off your sound. You're cutting off your sound. You got to get your hands up here, and that word to go straight out. Okay? I need you to read loud from your diaphragm. If you got to be overboard, I'd rather you be the overboard yeller on the mic than be the yeah. Okay? So let's get it. Matthew 12 and 31.
Matthew chapter 12 and verse 31 reads, Wherefore I say unto you, all manner of sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven unto men, but the blasphemy against the Holy Spirit shall not be forgiven unto men.
And also, this goes into explaining Phineas and what's the brother? Hophni. I keep forgetting the other cat's name. It goes into that because the Most High would forgive a sin against a man. So the fact that they stole with the meat hooks from their brother, that's one thing. But to sit back here and to take away the fat of the Heavenly Father out, that was another thing.
Yeah.
That was the crossing of the line out.
Robbing God.
You robbing the Most High on top of robbing the people and doing people wrong. So what is Matthew 12 and 31? You know what? All matter of sin, the Most High will forgive when it's man versus man. But you sit back here and spit and cross that line with the Most High and how He expects you to reverence Him, now you're out of bounds and now you're in danger of that hellfire.
Read that verse now.
Kana, you may have that verse.
Can I get this money? Fire. Can I get this money? It's Second Ezra, chapter 7 and verse 20 through 24. It says, "For there be."
Oh, young lion. Second Ezra, chapter 7.
7 and verse 20.
Okay.
Through 24.
Okay.
Second Ezra 7 and verse 20. For there be many that perish in this life, because they despise the law of the Most High, that is set before them.
He said, "There's many in this life that perish because they despise the law of the Most High that is set before them." And there's no doubt about it. Many perish, but that perish is everlasting. Then.
Yeah.
That you read it in Numbers 15. That what was that damn word?
Presumption.
Yeah, that presumptuous mindset of a person that just can't stand what they're going through in Christ. Read on.
Verse 21. For the Most High.
Wait. We're supposed to have that presumptuous mindset, or that I hate what I'm going through when we're in the world.
Yes.
That mindset is right when you're in the world. Damn, I hate these negative ass people. Damn, I hate how I grew up. Damn, I hate that. I hate my sins. I can't stand the fact that I don't know the scriptures.
Yep.
I have no discipline. I can't get past the same hiccups. I got the same hangups. That mindset of I can't stand what's going on in my life, I despise my life, was for before the truth. Before you got in the scriptures. You can't keep that mindset and cross over in this realm and have that same mindset. Damn, I gotta keep living like this. Damn, I gotta keep keeping discipline. Damn, I keep getting told what to do. Damn, I ain't nobody gonna tell me what to do.
Yep.
Damn, you know what? All the people need me all day. All the people keep asking and asking.
Because that reprobate mind is the person. When that person who's acting like this hates being needed, hates being pulled, wants freedom.
I'm inconvenienced all day.
Because they want freedom.
Come.
And the funny thing is, when we sit back here and read later on in the chapters about Samuel, the first thing Samuel tells him is, listen, man, stop trying to get your freedom. If you want the Most High to be on your side, stop fighting for freedom. And what he also said, the scripture said, Stop following the other gods.
Yeah, but that's that. But other gods are free.
But the Josephus said, stop pushing for your freedom, man.
No.
It's the same damn difference.
Yeah. My freedom is a God.
My freedom is a God. It's just called different because each of these gods represent an actual freedom that I want to pursue.
Anyway.
That's all it is.
You know, if you see that guy, he's like, he always giving his hands out.
Yeah, what do you want?
Whatever you want.
What do you want?
He does like this.
He wants money, food, women,
smoke.
Bacon, smokes.
The smoke guy. He would help me smoke.
But that's the point.
Wow, that's crazy, man.
But that's the point. The comfort is what people crave.
Each of these guys represent what I want to pursue. Each of these guys represent a I want to pursue.
Yeah.
A comfort.
Or freedom. A comfort or freedom.
Yeah, comfort or freedom, yes. Because that's what Israel wants. Israel wants freedom. But he was like, listen, we're going to read about not Samuel, but the Philistines were starting to put real pressure. And they would turn the screws on the Jews out. And they were shitting bricks. It also said that Samuel had to wait till they were ready to start taking the Most High serious. So listen, they didn't start taking the Most High serious until them big ass Philistines was crossing over their borders out. And they were like, oh shit, this is real now. They're not just staying over there anymore. They're coming on our side. They're like, what are we gonna do, Samuel? Well, now I'm gonna sit back here and tell you what you gotta do. Stop pursuing your freedom. Okay. like you didn't know this before?
You know it.
How'd you not know this before? I'm gonna say it before.
And that goes back.
Why you didn't say that?
That goes to rock.
I didn't understand.
Nobody told
me. The Torah did, but I didn't know. I didn't read books. Yeah. What was that definition? I'm unlettered. We didn't read. Anyway, we just barbecued and partied that.
And Israel has to get to this point of rock bottom line.
Yeah.
When Israel's in rock bottom, now it's time to serve the Lord.
Yeah. Now what do we have to do?
It's insincere, but.
Brother Khan. So listen, to answer your question, yes, all that pride and all that presumptuousness leads to that reprobate mind. But let's read 2 Ezra 7 again.
2 Ezra 7 and verse 20. For there be many that perish in this life, because they despise the law of the Most High, that is set before them. For the Most High hath given straight commandment to such as came, what they should do to live, even as they came, and what they should observe to avoid punishment.
The Most High was very clear with what his expectations are of us, and we find ways to wiggle around, to justify doing things our way all the time. Read on.
Nevertheless, they were not obedient unto him, but spake against him, and imagined vain things.
And these are the things the Most High says, there's certain things that are just unforgivable. It goes back to why the Most High allowed Israel to die off in the wilderness. That's an example of him saying, you know what, man? That sin is enough. These sins have led up and it's enough. I'm done with you. I'm going to let you just fade out. What it shows you is, this is another way to keep everybody humble. All the shit you do might not be forgiven. All of our pride and our lack of a willingness to adjust and accept the Most High's expectations of us, if we keep fighting and kicking against the pricks, there's a chance he's not going to sit back here and forgive us.
Which is that dispensation of the gospel.
God.
It just sounds more complicated because it says dispensation.
Yeah.
But it's the same talk. It's the same point.
Or blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. What the hell does that mean? I never really understood it for a long time. What does that mean, to blaspheme the Holy Spirit? It's to despise his word. To despise his expectations and demands on us.
See, we think blaspheming the Holy Spirit means people are burning the Bible out.
You're all cursing the Most High, saying, F you, Father.
Yeah, that's
blasphemy, my G.
Such an obvious,
yeah.
That's so obvious. Like, it's the guy on that.
Turn the cross upside down.
Who's that guy? Upside down cross. Who's that dude that was in the wheelchair that went
speaking crazy Latin, devil pig Latin, something like that?
Backwards up. That dude that was in Forrest Gump and he was a Vietnam veteran.
And Gary Sinise.
He like, where are you?
He lost his legs.
Yeah, he lost his legs out. He's talking ish. And he's up there in
You versus me
in
in the water,
bro.
in the storm.
People think that.
Yeah, Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. Oh my goodness.
That's the prototype of.
That's the
blasphemy.
prototype.
Nobody in Israel's
I
doing
didn't know that was a prototype of
That's like the prototypical idea of blasphemy. You're up here, the wind's blowing.
Lieutenant Dan analogy. I
Lieutenant
love
Dan's
that.
the prototypical example. That's not what the Bible's talking about.
That's awesome.
Nobody in Israel was walking around doing that
God.
in the rain.
There's no Lieutenant Dan's in Israel.
Nobody's. But we think that's the best we can be. No, it's simple as just I'm just tired of doing this.
I'm angry. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I'm the victim.
Wow.
I'm the victim. That's the real one. No matter what,
It's not fair.
I'm the victim.
I'm the victim.
How dare you tell me that? I'm the one that suffered.
Life ain't fair. Anyway, I think we got that. I think we got Lieutenant Dan. That sticks right in the dome piece right there. Okay, let's get back into scripture. Let's keep going. I'm sorry. Let's keep going.
Verse 23 of 2nd Ezra 7. And deceived themselves by their wicked deeds, and said of the Most High that he is not, and knew not his ways.
But Israel finds some type of way to tell themselves that how they look at things is wisdom, or it's the spirit, or it's the way, it's the Most High. Okay? Read on.
Verse 24. But his law have they despised, and denied his covenants. In his statutes have they not been faithful, and have not performed his works.
Because that's why it says lying lips are an abomination to the Heavenly Father. Because we're such good strategic liars, we can sit back and convince ourselves anything.
Yeah.
We can convince ourselves that we're the victim. The Most High is not fair. What the Most High is putting me through is unfair. Why do I got to go through all these changes to get to the kingdom? All that mindset, we learn how to strategically lie to ourselves to justify not changing. Because that's the ultimate point. You lie, you convince yourself all this malarkey, so you don't got to do what? Submit.
And that's why there's a difference between camp and home.
Yep.
In camp, you may not see that. You might see it if you're around long enough.
If you're around long enough, you come.
You might see it in camp, but most of you gonna see it in the shadows, huh?
Good. Okay, so let's get back. Thank you, sir. That was a good one. Let's get back. Well, hold on. Well, this one I put a second one there, and what I do is just
Isn't that the vanity
close
of
the eyes
mind?
of it until we find something else.
Oh, okay.
What's that?
Isn't that the vanity of the mind?
I would say that we're liars more than the vanity, because that lion nature is what spawns everything else. Yes, we're vain by nature also, but I would go heavier into the liar aspect. Whether in Isaiah we sit back and ask the Most High in Isaiah 30, we ask the seers to see not. That means we're asking the teachers and prophets to lie to us and to tell us smooth things. I'd rather hear smooth things as a nation, because I don't have to look at myself and I don't have to be accountable for my own decisions. And it's more about that lying. I want somebody to lie to me more than feed my vanity.
Can I make it a little more simple if I be funny?
Okay.
But I want somebody to agree with me.
There we go.
Because we can say the lying of my vanity. No one's like that in council.
Yeah.
But like, why don't you agree with me?
Oh, but they won't say agreement. They'll say, well, how come you're not listening to me?
Yeah, you're not listening to me. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm listening. I'm listening to every drop of a word you're saying out of your face. But that doesn't mean I'm going to agree with you and tell you that your thinking is right. And that's where people get dumbfounded. So now I got to find somebody who's listening to me. Like Dawiyah says, but the listening is agreeing, co-signing.
And so someone knows, because you're not co-signing me, you're not agreeing with me, even though I can't justify my thinking with the scripture. That's like the indicator. I don't have any scripture to back up how I feel about the situation.
Or you might have a scripture, but the other counselors can trump your scriptures.
Right. Yeah.
Because listen, because that's what is that Israel don't want to hear that either. Because sometimes when Israel want to sit back, they want something They already have their reasons already racked up, bro.
Right, but
They have their
little breakdown.
They have their breakdowns not ready to go.
But that's what makes that vanity. That's what makes it vain is their imagination.
Okay.
Being that the vanity, the vainness is in their imagination, in the fact that their thought process is baseless.
Okay.
The way they look at life is baseless. There's no facts behind how they look at everything. There's no facts that their way works. But people will hold on to their perspective even though it's baseless and it's unfruitful. And that's what makes it vain. And that's what makes it an imagination. It's because it's not based upon how the Most High sees things.
Yeah, I wasn't like attacking the imagination point. I guess for me, I'd rather say you're an effing liar than to sit back here and say that a person is their imagination. You know why? Because they're two of the same thing. But when you get to the core of it, we're liars, Zach. We're liars, and that spirit of lying creates the narrative.
It creates imagination.
The liar creates the imagination and the vain thoughts, and it creates this Adventure Time story world.
Yeah, well, that's his point.
I know that's why I'm bringing it up like this.
That's the scripture essentially.
Whether the smoke this fire.
I just didn't have a chance. I didn't have a chance to go into it. What verse is it at?
Ephesians 4:17 and 18.
Say it real quick.
This I say therefore and testify in the Most High, that ye henceforth walk not as the other Gentiles walk, in the vanity of their minds, having the understanding darkened, being alienated from the life of the Most High, through the ignorance that is in them, because of the blindness of their heart.
Listen, all that's true. All of it's true. And that's why after Shamshuan pulled the verse, I just said, hey, I don't want brothers to think that the word imagination is the wrong word. It's not the wrong word. I was just trying to drive the liar aspect out there.
That's the root of imagination.
Because that lying lips is the root of dealing with these problems. Because when you hear these scriptures and you hear the no's and the expectations of the Most High, that's blatantly in your face. And you don't like what you're reading. You don't like what you're hearing. You don't like the changes that you have to make because of what these words are being said to you. Then a person has to make a decision. It doesn't have to be this way. There's no way it's got to be this way. This is too much. This is too extreme. Then the lying starts to kick in. Now I got to create another narrative to justify why I shouldn't have to feel this way. Then the imagination sparks. That's all I was trying to explain, is that the imagination and all this imagery and the vanity kicks in because I just don't want to accept that I got to make these adjustments. That's all. You get a hand up?
No, just say that's the beginning of Proverbs 6 and 18. It's the lies that are in that mind. It says a heart that devises wicked.
I need you. You're right. Bro. You got to speak up. We got to get this energy still
that's
up.
The lies are the thing that set the Proverbs 6 and 18 in motion. It says at a heart that devises wicked imaginations. Those lies are what we manifest to project and devise these wicked imaginations that come
to justify just not submitting.
To justify, he says, the feet that swift and run into mischief. That's what we use as the fuel to run into mischief and to abide in these wicked imaginations instead of what the Most High wants.
Everybody's going the same direction. It's quality. No complaints across the board. I just want to keep saying liar. liar, pants on fire. All right. But imagination is saying the same thing. They're one and the same. They really are. They are. Okay.
Let's smoke this fire.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It's fire gonna use the smoke.
Where there's smoke, there's fire. There's fire, there's smoke. So I love it. Let's go back to 1 Samuel chapter 3 verse 14 again.
1 Samuel chapter 3 verse 14. It says, "And therefore I have sworn unto the house of Eli that the iniquity of Eli's house shall not be purged with sacrifice nor offering forever." So
all the sacrificing Eli and his family could do is never going to sit back here and fix what's about to go down. Okay, it's not going to change the judgment the Most High has for his family. Read on.
It says, and Samuel lay until the morning and opened the doors of the house of the Most High.
Okay, so what ended up happening, the Most High approached Samuel, gave him this prophecy. He went back to sleep. And in the morning, he opened the doors of the house of the Most High. Read on.
It says, and Samuel feared to show Eli the vision.
He didn't want to tell Eli what the Most High told him because it was all bad news for Eli.
You in trouble.
You in trouble. He's like, damn, the dude that was with me the whole time, he about to fall. His whole family about to get smashed. Read on.
Then Eli called Samuel and said, Samuel, my son. And he answered, Here I am. And he said, What is the thing that the Most High has said unto thee? I pray thee, hide it not from me.
What's the first thing that a young man that's learning the Most High has to learn to do? Or that is learning to gain his foothold and a respect from the Most High has to learn to do? Tell people the truth. To tell people the truth and not worry about the respect of persons. Not worry about how people look at you. Not worry about how people, how they look at you, how if you're going to hurt feelings. I tell you that you cannot operate in this arena and be afraid to tell people the truth. Those are one of the first things that have to be shed from you. Honesty, truth, honor has to be number one at all costs. And that's one of the first things Samuel has to learn in this position. You got to tell the truth. This guy was Eli was his mentor.
So what about when it comes to making your word seasoned with salt?
I didn't say cuss him out. I didn't say MF Dre, MF Snoop, MF Death Row. I didn't say that. I didn't say go ham. I said tell the truth.
Good.
That's my point. You still have to listen. You're supposed to keep it respectful, but you gotta tell people the truth too.
Good.
You get what I'm saying? I'm just not saying you can't just
saying, like, ain't no good way to tell something. No good way to say, say, bro, you stink, bro. Like,
yeah, you can.
Excuse me, brother.
But brother, I'm not gonna lie to you. But
I mean, because the truth, that type of truth, sting about
you.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you really.
Let's go to Target real quick.
It smells.
Brother, listen,
brother, you got odor.
But the scriptures say correction is grievous unto him that forsaketh
the way.
So, yeah, correction is painful.
And there's gonna be discomfort there. But listen, you're not supposed to be some rude beast about it, but you gotta tell people the truth, and you gotta be direct with it. That's the point. Okay. I was trying to get a lot. Anyway, I'm not gonna go there. I'm like, dang, G.
You want that precept, sir? They flowing right
now. No, not right now. Cause we ain't even hit a chapter, bro.
It's quick. It's just speaking the truth.
I know. I get it. I believe it. Pull the verse out. Pull the verse out.
Ephesians 4:25.
Pull the verse. Pull the
verse. Ephesians 4:25. Wherefore, putting away lying, speak every man truth with his neighbor. For we are one members of one another.
There we go. Don't establish a spirit of lying. You know, the spirit of lying is, I'm just going to talk in a way that's so backdoor you barely know what a person's trying to say. Well, just tell me what the damn issue is. Versus sitting back here and wording it. Because people will be so focused on how it's said that they won't even end up saying it. Or they'll say it in such an obscure way, you'll never get the understanding. It depends on the personality. If I'm talking to a person who likes to always keep it real, and when keeping it real goes wrong, then that's when you tell a person, okay, don't throw no F-bombs in there. Right? Can you sit back here and respectfully communicate? But then you got some people that take this verse, and they're already afraid and timid inside. You got to get them to push forward and be honest. Yeah.
Habakkuk chapter 2 verse 2, just on that point of words bringing out. Habakkuk chapter 2 verse 2.
Habakkuk chapter 2 verse 2. And the Most High answered me and said, write the vision.
And this is what the Most High told Habakkuk. Go ahead.
Write the vision.
He said, write the vision. Go ahead.
And make it plain.
And make it what?
And make it plain.
Make it simple, bro. And sometimes people complicate the truth by trying to go back door.
Yep.
They complicate the message.
Because they're afraid. And they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. or they don't want to lose a friend. That's the point. You can't sit back here and change what you're going to say or how you're going to say it out of a fear of loss. And that's what a person that's learning how to lead has to be. That's how their principle has to be framed. I can't sit back here and operate in this truth, afraid to lose connections and friendships because I just don't want to tell them what they need to hear. And that has nothing to do with cursing or that extremeness of things. And the thing is this, our connection in this knowledge is about the truth in wisdom and living as close to the Most High's way as possible. That's what the connection should be, first, second, and third. And over time, we're going to work with each other. We're going to know each other's children and family and all that phenomenal stuff. But that still is on the back burner of what? Truth and righteousness and honor. And if we can understand that, we'll be able to tell each other the truth. And then if a person doesn't want to accept that, then there's nothing we can do about that. That means the person doesn't want truth. If it's a verse, no. Okay, because we got to keep going, man. We got to keep going. I love the fact that the brothers are here, but we'll be here sitting back here precept banging all night.
We've been chosen for a week, guys.
I know, bro. I know. So let's continue in 1 Samuel 3 and 16.
1 Samuel chapter 3, verse 16. Then Eli called Samuel and said, Samuel, my son. And he answered, Here I am. And he said, What is the thing that the Most High said unto thee? I pray thee, hide it not from me. The Most High do so to thee, and more also, if thou hide anything from me of all the things that he said unto thee.
Even Eli knew that. The Most High will make it worse on you if you hide the truth from me. This connects back to Ezekiel 33 about being a watchman. Our job as watchmen or teachers or leaders is to sit back here and make sure everybody is equipped with everything they need to know, like you read in 2 Ezra 7 and verse 22. Verse 21. For the Most High hath given straight commandment to such as came, what they should do to live, even as they came, and what they should observe to avoid punishment. What he wants our teachers and leaders to do is to sit back and know everything, or we're supposed to teach the people everything they're supposed to do. All the punishments are going to happen when you don't change. All these things are provided in front of you. And our job is to clearly explain everybody's routine and responsibility so that there's no confusion. Okay? So, yes, sir? Listen, have Yeshai do it. Okay? But wait till 12 though. Wait till 12. Get a little bit more. But let's keep going.
Verse 18. In 1 Samuel chapter 3, verse 18. And Samuel told him every whit, and hid nothing from him. And he said, It is the Most High. Let him do what seemeth good to him.
Eli's like, man, listen, I'm not going to fight it. I get it. Listen, Eli wasn't to this some wicked guy. He knew the expectation of the Most High. He knew his office. He just was weak to his sons. He was weak to his sons, and he accepted and he understood that he has to sit back and pay the piper. And his sons are going to have to pay the piper. And he understood it because the prophet told him this before. But the thing now is that Samuel is that prophet now. And that was his christening or his wake-up party. Like, now you're going to be this prophet that delivers all these messages to the nation from here on out. This guy was 12. He's like, you're going to sit back here now, and you're that man, because at 12 years old, you were a man back in those days. At 12. So now he's sitting back here. You're going to be the one christened to start leading the people and telling them the truth. You got to sit back here and tell your mentor the truth first. If you can go deal with him, you can deal with anybody. Let's keep going.
Verse 19. And Samuel grew, and the Most High was with him, and did let none of his words fall to the ground.
Everything he said, it actually happened. Okay, read on.
It says, and all Israel, from Dan even to Beersheba, knew that Samuel was established to be a prophet of the Most High.
So his works preceded him. His conduct preceded himself. And what he did is he earned the respect of the nation one day at a time. Okay? So it doesn't give you a timetable from the 12 years old till present time, but it's just showing that he earned the respect of the nation. Okay? Read on.
And the Most High appeared again in Shiloh, for the Most High revealed himself to Samuel in Shiloh by the word of the Most High.
Okay, now let me see. I got a verse here for some reason. I don't remember why I put it here. 1 second.
That's a precept.
I know.
Can I pull somebody looking for it?
Yeah, pull it up.
Real quick, 1 Samuel 3:1. Read 21 and then go to 1 Samuel 3:1. Read 21 first.
1 Samuel.
Yeah, 3 and 21.
1 Samuel chapter 3, verse 21. It says, "In the Most High."
You didn't get one. Go ahead.
1 Samuel chapter 3, verse 21. It says, "And the Most High appeared again in Shiloh, for the Most High revealed himself to Samuel in Shiloh by the word of the Most High."
So it says he appeared again, right? He appeared again in Shiloh. Now read verse 1.
1 Samuel 3, verse 1. And the child Samuel ministered unto the Most High through Eli. And the word of the Most High was precious in those days. There was no open vision.
There was no open vision. That's the beginning premise, right?
Yep.
And by verse 21, Samuel got connection with the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
They got the vision, bro. So it shows how special Samuel was, bro.
No doubt.
He ended that drought of there being no connection with the Father.
But it was servitude that earned that drought out. That servitude and that trust and his willingness to stand up for what was right, regardless of who's being affected or not. I don't want those two verses there. It was just a couple.
That's cool.
Regular throwaway verses. Give me chapter 4, verse 1. Let's do next reader. My wallet. Let's get it in before you head out. At least get 5-6 verses.
Go.
Ma'awala, Shar Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Ma'awala, Shar Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharala. I mentioned. Bro. Yahawada Hashem Yasharakatah.
Yahawada Hashem Yasharakatah.
All right. Lose all the power. Lose all the power. Listen, you can do this, man. Everything's going to be okay.
That sweet savor.
It's good. It don't work. We can't use that though. That's not gonna work. I don't know what it is, Zach.
You don't let that bark.
That's dry bark. Listen, I think they might have gave us some different bark, some oud or something in there. They threw some oud in there. I could kush that. And that's not pure. That's not puro, bro.
I was watching a video on it, and they got like totally different grades. Like the good grade.
We got the F grade out.
It's like 3 or 4 different grades of it.
We got $20 grade.
We got that $20. Yeah, it's like, listen, when they brought it, they're like these huge chunks. Like humans don't even consume it at this level. Right? Can y'all break it down a little bit?
Like the top dollar one had like purple and some greenish, like it looked like diamonds almost.
No, don't tell me that.
That's funny.
I gotta find that.
He's gonna look for it, I bet you. Yeah. Okay, let's get in my wallet. 1 Samuel chapter 4.
1 Samuel chapter 4, verse 1 reads, And the Lord of Samuel, and the word of Samuel came to all Israel. Now Israel went out against the Philistines to battle, and pitched beside Ebenezer. And the Philistines pitched in Aphek.
So listen, what's happening right now, Aphek is around 20 miles from Shiloh. We've been this whole story, this whole time has been around the area of Shiloh, which we know is in the countryside of Ephraim. Okay, now what's happening is the Philistines This is the first time the Philistines start trying to go to war in territory that is, they're trying to break that. They have a little border scenario. What you're going to see online, you see these little, I guess, perforated lines going up. The people from the left, on the west, which is the Philistines, and that area on the right is Israel. And they were sitting back here and posted up in Aphek, which is the city, and they were about to sit back here and get all their warriors to cross into Israelite territory. So this was getting to be some scary shit at this time, because the Jews had already made their little separations and their splits, and this is your land, this is our land, y'all stay over here, we stay over here. Now we know our guy Samson was sitting back here causing problems and keeping the beef going, but now we're at a particular point where the Philistines is feeling themselves and they're ready to sit back here and cross into Israelite territory. And Israelites starting to feel afraid about this, and now the Philistines are ready to go to war against Israel. Okay? Read verse 2.
Verse 2. And the Philistines put themselves in array against Israel. And when they joined battle, Israel was smitten before the Philistines, and they slew of the army in the field about 4,000 men.
So that first battle in Aphek, they pitched in Aphek, and Israel pitched in Ebenezer, which was on our side. Okay? But this first battle, the Philistines took around 4,000 of our men out. Okay? Read on.
And when the people were coming to the camp, the elders of Israel said, Wherefore have the Lord smitten us today before the Philistines? Let us fetch the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of Shiloh unto us, that when it cometh amongst us, it may save us out of the hand of our enemies.
What it's showing you still is Israel was very robotic. We felt that if we had the ark, the Most High would be there for us. Instead of saying, let me just serve the Most High the way He wants to be served, and He'll be there for us. That was never even the case. Let's get the ark, let's get this device, let's get this box, and the box is going to save us out. Because the Most High is in the box.
It just shows you how
how
shallow our fear of the Most High is.
Exactly.
Our knowledge of the Most High is.
Wow. It was a wooden box with gold on top of it.
It's an ornament.
That's what it was. But it was a wooden box.
Right, it's a symbolism of the inward parts. What's in it was the law, right?
Yeah. It wasn't. Listen, we weren't trying to listen. Listen, we sitting back here praising and yelling. Yeah, we got the ark. Yeah. But we got some gods at the crib too, huh? We got some chamash going on. Yeah. we got some Dagon at the crib. Yeah. We want to bring the covenant. Everything's gonna be okay. You know what it also shows us? We want the Most High to protect us.
Yep.
We want the Most High to be with us.
But we don't want to serve.
But we don't want to change what's inside of us. But we want immediate blessings.
Yeah.
We want blessings. We want top end dedication blessings without putting the work in to earn those blessings. And those are the changes. The earning is the changing inside. Anyway, so we're thinking in our primitive low-level brains, let's go to Shiloh, let's ask the priest to lend us the ark so we can kill these Philistines. Because we can't kill them alone. These dudes is whipping us up. Okay? So let's keep going.
Verse 4. So the people sent to Shiloh, that they might bring from thence the ark of the covenant of the Lord of hosts, which dwelleth between the cherubims, and the two sons of Eli, Hophni, and Phinehas, were there with the ark of the covenant of the Most High. And
okay, stop. So listen, Eli and Hophni were the ones who sat back here.
Right.
And they said, we're going to go take the, listen. Matter of fact, let's go to the Josephus real quick. It's going to explain it. We're going to go to Josephus, book 5, chapter 11, paragraph 2. Matter of fact, we're going to do paragraph 1 and 2.
The Antiquities of the Jews, chapter 11, book 5, paragraph 1. Page 150 again.
Okay, good. Let me get this out of here. And yeah. It's just, you gotta put that eyeball. No, the eyeball. It's up. Yeah. So go for that.
About this time, it was the Philistines made war against the Israelites and pitched their camp at the city of Apep. Now when the Israelites had expected them a little while, the very next day they joined battle, and the Philistines were conquerors, and slew about 4,000 of the Hebrews, and pursued the rest of their multitude to their camp. So the Hebrews, being afraid of the worst, sent to the Senate and to the high priest, and desired that they would bring the ark of the Most High, that by putting themselves in array, when it was present with them, they might be too hard for their enemies.
So just the box was going to protect them, man. Read on.
As not reflecting that he who had condemned them to endure these calamities was greater than the ark.
So he says the power that condemned them to this fate was greater than the ark. What the people didn't understand is the Most High was setting up and fulfilling the punishment that was already intended to take out Eli and his sons. And all this had to happen. And the Most High set this entire situation and put it in play. Don't forget, what I need to do, we might need to go and explain what was the actual curse again before we go further. Y'all want to do that? No, we wouldn't last week. We had it last week. It just explains how the Most High was going to eliminate Eli's entire family line from off the map. And they're going to take them out, his sons out, and they're going to be in a servitude mode because of Eli's and his son's actions. So let's continue.
And for whose sake it was that this ark came to be honored. So the ark came, and oh, you want to stop there?
No, keep going.
Okay. So the ark came, and the sons of the high priest with it, having received a charge from their father, that if they pretended to survive the taking of the ark, they should come no more into his presence.
So he's like, listen, you can't act like you were there trying to like look after the ark, and you ran off and let them take this damn ark. That's what Eli said. He says, y'all better not come back without that ark. He said, that's what he's saying. If you come out here and you come back and that ark's gone, don't come back. What is it saying? Listen, that was everything to the priesthood, having that ark. And losing the ark is the greatest insult.
It's the ultimate.
You dropped the bag, huh?
Yeah.
That's all you had one thing to do. You had one thing to do, man, and you couldn't do it. Don't lose the ark, B. That's all you got to do. Can you do the ceremonies and not lose the ark? So Eli is like, listen, man.
Where's the ark at?
But what had happened was you can't be that. So this is what Eli is telling his sons. Make sure y'all come back with the ark. Don't act like you was fighting and you tripped and you got hurt, but they took it. You have to sit back here and fall on this sword. Okay, so read on.
God. For Phineas officiated already as high priest.
He was already the high priest at this time. Now the prophecy in chapter 2 was that Eli's sons were not going to be on top for very long because of the curse. So Phineas had his time to be high priest, but it was very short-lived because Eli was already going blind. Right? That's what it talked about earlier in chapter 3. His eyes were dimming. Read on.
His father having resigned his office to him by reason of his great age. So the Hebrews were full of courage at supposing that by the coming of the ark they should be too hard for their enemies. The enemies also were greatly concerned and were afraid of the ark's coming to the Israelites. However, the upshot did not prove agreeable to the expectation of both sides.
Hold that and keep going in the scriptures. Verse 5. Say 1 Samuel 4 and 5.
1 Samuel chapter 4 and verse 5 reads, And when the ark of the covenant of the Lord came into the camp, all Israel shouted with a great shout, so that the earth rang again.
Israel went bananas. They had their sign. They had their signs and their the Jews seek a sign, and that was the sign. Read on.
Superstitious.
I know.
And when the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, they said, what meaneth the noise of this great shout in the camp of the Hebrews? And they understood that the ark of the Lord was come into the camp. And the Philistines were afraid, for they said, the Most High is come into the camp. And they said, woe unto us, for there have not been such a thing heretofore. Woe unto us! Who shall deliver us out of the hand of these mighty powers? Or out of these mighty gods? These are the gods that smote the Egyptians with all the plagues in the wilderness. Be strong and quit yourselves like men.
So when it says be strong and quit yourselves like men, O Philistines, he said, man, stop sitting back here belly aching and crying and ready yourselves and get ready to fight.
Gird up.
Man up.
That was pretty powerful.
For the nations, yeah.
That was a pretty powerful moment for the nation.
Yeah, listen, the Philistines weren't no joke, guy.
Well, you know, they
weren't.
They knew that their end might be close, but they refused to go out like chumps.
Exactly. You gotta respect that.
You gotta respect that.
You gotta respect it. They said, quit yourselves like men. Read on.
Be ye strong and quit yourselves like men, O ye Philistines, that ye be not servants unto the Hebrews.
Listen, man. You want to be a servant? You want to be a servant? You want to be a servant? You better man up then. You there to take your women? No, let's go. It worked. Keep going.
As they have been to you. Quit yourselves like men and fight. And the Philistines fought, and Israel was smitten.
Israel took a L, bro.
Would it be cool to say even though they were scared, maybe the Most High put that spirit on them to gird themselves that way?
Well, the Most High wanted them to win.
God, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I mean,
no, but there's a lot of cats might have listen. All throughout history, a lot of them were saying, "Let's quit yourselves and let's fight." I don't lost.
But that's what I'm saying, because they were scared when they heard the Most
High
was coming in, so they was like, most of them probably rebelled.
But I'm gonna say there's a lot of people hype themselves up before the loss.
That's all.
Listen, that goes for sports and football. How many times you sit back here and you ready to go to war? You go out there to get your ass smacked. Listen, it happens all the time. You can hype yourself up all damn day long until these dudes is twice your size and they put it on you. All I'm trying to say is this ain't the first time the nations have said this. It's just the Most High let the nations win. What you gonna say?
No, I have a question. If you can help with the mindset of Israel. So they all knew what Eli's sons were doing. So these men are in the midst of them fighting, and they're expecting the Most High to come through for them, and they got literally these wicked sons fighting on the Most High's behalf.
I think they were protecting the ark.
Well, I'm saying, how did they expect to win, knowing that wickedness hadn't been?
Well, just don't forget. Don't forget. This whole 400 years has been like this.
Yeah.
Even when these judges were coming through, you think they was on? No, they weren't serving the Most High all the way. Listen, don't forget, Jephthah sat back and sacrificed his daughter. A child sacrifice.
Like a Babylonian.
That wasn't like the Most High didn't tell him to do that.
Samson.
He said, whoever opens the door, I'm going to kill him.
Yeah.
What? you ain't getting the damn sheep. The sheep ain't going to be like this and open the door. So this dude said, I'm going to kill somebody.
Extreme.
But Most High allowed him to still be a judge of Israel. Or you had Gideon, who's making priest ephods after he sits back here and does the wars.
I'm not the king.
I'm not the king, but I take that money over there. I'm gonna give me that guard, that priest robe over here.
But I didn't say I'm the king.
I'm not gonna be the king because there is no king in Israel. But I will take those parting gifts. I will get them horses. All of them got horses. You ever read they all got these badass horses and judges. All I'm saying is, huh? Foreign. My point is this: is that Israel was full of crap the whole time. Israel was sitting back here serving the Most High, and they'll do some little Philistine stuff over here. They'll sprinkle some chamash over here. That was what was going on. So hell yeah, they know that the sons were crazy, but you gotta understand, this scenario here in chapter 4 is like how the Most High starts to cleanse out the entire priesthood. He's cleansing everything from the bottom up with Samuel's example and his leadership, and eventually David and his son Solomon. We're leading into the golden age of Israel and the best leadership that we had ever. And it only lasted 2 generations. 3, because you still had Samuel. What am I saying? Is that, yes, these dudes were sinning, but the whole vibration of the world in Israel was still, everybody was sinning. Right. We just hadn't figured it out yet.
Amos 8 and 11?
Yeah.
Amos chapter 8 verse 11.
Amos chapter 8 verse 11. Behold, the day is come, saith the Most High Power, that I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor a thirst for water, but of hearing the words of the Most High.
So the standards were already. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying it's the whole point. There was already no standard. There's already no faith.
Yep.
There was already no hope in the Most High. So if these men went and got the ark, that was the best hope that they thought they had, because the people were already suffering from the Most High's presence. So it wasn't like they knew, like, okay, why are these guys who have been defiled, are going to be our leaders taking us to battle? Why are these defiled individuals, the Most High is supposed to support them? They didn't know the Most High anyway. They didn't have it, so neither were they able to recognize that they were defiled, because there was already a famine in the land.
Yep.
There was already a lack of righteousness. There was already a lack of equity and justice. So they were already missing that to say, why are these 2 sons, being the leaders of our nation, bringing us into battle with the Ark of the Covenant, as if the Most High is supposed to bless them? They didn't have no sense of the Most High's presence anyway.
Not at all, bro. And the crazy thing is, that is exactly the point. So let's continue in 1 Samuel.
1 Samuel chapter 4 and verse 10 reads, And the Philistines fought, and Israel was smitten, and they fled every man into his tent. And there was a very great slaughter, for there fell of Israel 30,000 footmen.
30,000 men died that day. Read on.
And the ark of the Most High was taken, and the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were slain.
So the ark, listen, this was a great humility. You lose the ark, that never happened before. But this was because why was the ark taken? To humble Eli and his family line. All that negative, all that selfishness, all that putting the Most High last. Now it's all those chickens, quote unquote, have come home to roost. All that negative is end up catching up to him. To where now the shame on the family was immense.
30,000.
30,000 men. And listen, and the fear is there, right? It was only 20 minutes or 20 miles from Shiloh where all this stuff happened. This Aphek wasn't a far distance away. It was literally right next door. So listen, the Philistines could have sat back and kept marching eastward. Like on the image I have online. From here to here is not a far distance. It's like 20 miles. And these people were sitting back here sweating bullets, but the Most High had to sit back here and break Israel. And had to break these leaders. And had to humble them. Which he gives a question.
He was asking, so this is just like us today, how we put our faith in beads, crosses, different things like that?
No doubt about it. Or those WWJD necklaces.
Crystals.
Oh, crystals is more like Wiccan and stuff like that. But
you got people that wear those.
Oh, I know.
Amongst Hebrews, though. Amongst people who are
religious.
Because that's the pagan custom.
Okay.
That's the crystals and stuff. That's the pagan custom. But then when you deal with people that are quote unquote religious and they believe in the God of the Bible, It's crosses and symbols and
and the fish.
No,
not Dagon, but that little fish.
It's supposed to be a symbol. It's accepted amongst
the Christian community.
Christian community.
And it still goes back to Dagon too, even those little fish symbols.
Yeah.
Because Dagon is the god of the sea.
Yeah.
So he's the god of the deep.
Yeah.
So it still go. That's why the Catholics wear that fish hat. That Pope hat. That the open mouth of the fish. Yes, sir.
No, I was just gonna make a point, like on movies, like where they have like vampire movies, how like they put the cross up, and then the cross try to like burn like
vampires
and use it and whatnot.
Yeah, kind of.
Trying to like.
Yeah.
It's
symbology.
Still, yeah.
Or we put our hope in weapons. We go become a prepper and stack weapons up.
Yeah.
Because that's what when you read about the Ark of the Covenant, it was a weapon.
Yep.
Because when they lifted off the ground, our enemies would be put to death. The Most High's presence would go out, and they would die when they lifted it up off the ground. And then when they put it back down, the Most High's presence would return.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a weapon.
There'll be thunder and lightning coming out from the sky out when we brought the Ark. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Either crosses, symbols, talismans, lucky charms, rabbit's foot, or whatever. Yeah, tzitz. Or just weapons, awesome. Period. Like, it's still a false sense of hope. All these things are false senses of hope.
Yep. No doubt. So, give me verse 11 again.
Come. 1 Samuel chapter 4 and verse 11 reads, "And the ark of the Most High was taken, and the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were slain.
Mm-hmm.
And there ran a man of Benjamin out of the army, and came to Shiloh the same day, with his clothes rent, and with earth upon his head." And
read on.
And when he came, lo, Eli sat upon the seat by the wayside watching, for his heart trembled for the ark of the Most High.
His heart trembled for the ark of the Most High. He was praying that the ark comes back safely. He really wasn't even worried about his sons. He knew his sons were dirtbags.
They were done.
They were done. He knew they wasn't going to get handled one way or the other. He was trembling. He said, "Man, I hope that damn ark come back, guy. I can't afford this ark not coming back.
That's why he took it serious.
We're going to look bad as a family, guy.
But see,
if this ark don't come back." Listen, he was concerned about his family legacy, And that's why the Most High got him there, We talked about it last week. He hit him where it hurt him the most. He knew his sons were dirtbags. The Most High had to get him with his lineage. Your lineage will never sit back and sustain. What's that? Yeah. See? Exactly. Well, it's gonna go in there. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna read this and I'm gonna go into that. Okay. No doubt. Read on.
"And when the man came into the city and told it, all the city cried out. And when Eli heard,
everybody's crying and everybody's sad. Everybody feels bad. Matter of fact, let's read the Josephus then. Josephus, continuing Josephus 5, book 5, chapter 11, paragraph 2 now.
5:11:2.
It was point 3354.
This was above chapter.
Oh yeah, we did that last week.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's because I did this. We did that last week. That paragraph 1. That's what it is, right? It was.
No, it is in paragraph 4.
Yeah, I did, because that was a prophecy.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll go back to it though. So read that, man.
Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 11, paragraph 2.354. "So the ark came, and the sons of the high priest with it, having received a charge from their father, that if they pretended to survive the taking of the ark, they should not come no more into his presence. For Phinehas officiated already as high priest, his father having resigned his office to him by reason of his great age. So the Hebrews were full of courage, as supposing that by the coming of the ark, they should be too hard for their enemies. Their enemies also were greatly concerned, and were afraid of the ark's coming to the Israelites. However, the upshot did not prove agreeable to the expectation of both sides. But when the battle was joined, that the victory which the Hebrews expected was gained by the Philistines, and that the feet the Philistines were afraid of fell to the lot of the Israelites. And thereby they found that they had put their trust in the ark in vain, for they were presently beaten as soon as they came to a close fight with their enemies, and lost about 30,000 men, among whom were the sons of the high priest. But the ark was carried away by the enemies. Point 3. When the news of this defeat came to Shiloh, with that of the captivity of the ark, for a certain young man, a Benjamite, who was in the action, came as a messenger thither. The whole city was full of lamentations. And Eli, the high priest, who sat upon a high throne at one of the gates, heard their mournful cries, and supposed that some strange thing had befallen his family. So he sent for the young man, and when he had understood what had happened in battle, he was not much uneasy as to his sons.
He said he understood his sons was going to get hit.
He knew it.
He knew that they deserved it, and he knew it.
That's like a parent when they hear news that their kid went to jail.
Some
or
OD, some overdose, some
they
crap.
said, you know, it don't surprise me. That's like a parent said, man, it didn't surprise me.
Yep.
Because they knew what kind of quality of the person they were.
He had two prophets tell him his sons were going to go and die. The first prophet and Samuel told him that. So he knew that was going to. He was prepared for that. Read on.
Or what was told him withal about the army, as having beforehand known by divine revelation that those things would happen.
Like I said, he knew that was going to happen. Read on.
And having himself declared them beforehand. For what sad things come unexpectedly, they distress men the most.
And this is also a point about the checks the Most High gets you on. A lot of times we prepare ourselves for certain checks, a certain loss.
Right.
But the Most High gets you in areas where you weren't preparing or you didn't see it at. And that's what's the gut punch. And this is why it's so important to live a life of honor and uprightness. So you can protect yourself from these unexpected losses, these unexpected hits that come out of nowhere. Because Most High hit you where you couldn't plan for and you couldn't expect it. And you sit back here shattered by what comes after that. So read that last part again.
God. And having himself declared them beforehand. For what sad things come unexpectedly, they distress men the most.
Khan. Read on.
But as soon as he heard the ark was carried captive by their enemies, he was very much grieved at it.
That was the killer. When you lost under your watch and your family's watch, you lost the ark, and the enemy got the ark. That's the most shameful thing a person could think about.
You know, it's almost like he accepted the fate of his sons.
Yep.
He didn't expect and accept the hate, the level of the ark being removed from him on his watch.
Yep, and the other shame, the different depths of shame that stings you when you're not living right.
Yeah.
The embarrassment. Read on.
Because it fell out quite differently from what he expected.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he fell down from his throne and died, having in all lived 98 years, and of them retained the government 40.
Did he faint from shock?
No, he actually fell off his chair.
No, did he faint from shock?
I think it was.
It doesn't say it, but I tell you what, the shock and the disappointment can break anybody.
Because the way it said in the scripture, like he just kind of was like down and just sat back and on that chair and just fell back.
I thought he fainted. It was like.
It could have been extreme. It didn't specify. It could have been extreme reaction. I can't believe that the news.
Yeah.
I can't.
Let's go. Hold that real quick and go back to 1 Samuel chapter 4 verse 14. Yeah, 14. 1 Samuel 4:14.
1 Samuel chapter 4 verse 14 reads, And when Eli heard the noise of the crying, he said, What meaneth the noise of this tumult? And the man came in hastily and told Eli. Now Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes were dim, that he could not see. And the Lord said unto Eli, I am he that came out of the army, and I fled today out of the army. And he said, What is there done, my son? And the messenger answered and said, Israel is fled before the Philistines. And there have been also a great slaughter among the people, and thy 2 sons also, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead. And the ark of the Most High is taken. And it came to pass, when he made mention of the ark of the Most High.
So the sons dying didn't faze him. When he heard about the ark of the covenant being lost, read on.
That he fell from off the seat backward by the side of the gate, and his neck brake, and he died.
It's crazy.
That's a crazy way to go, bro.
It's weird death.
Yeah. The sons died, then he sits back here in the shock. He collapsed. He's going to tell you why him falling backwards was it's an issue. Read on.
For he was an old man and heavy.
He was heavy. So he had a lot of weight on him, and he sits back here and falls back, and obviously hits his head, breaks his neck.
And couldn't catch himself.
He was too big, man.
Yeah.
He's too big. He's shocked.
Had too much momentum going.
And that was it. That's a hell of a way to go, bro.
So he's a fat man.
Well, he's an older man. He's 98, man. He can't,
Yeah, I've seen. I remember I've seen like old men like back in Louisiana. Sometimes they would like fall in front of our house.
Yeah.
Like straight up. They'd be so skinny, but trying to pick someone up.
Yeah.
That dead weight.
Yeah.
Like when they lose all sensation.
Yeah.
Anybody's head.
And an older person, you fall.
Yeah, they can.
A lot of times those are fatal.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So he was a heavier man. He was older. He fell. He broke his neck, and that was the Most High finishing his story up. He judged for
40 years.
Yes, he judged for 40 years. He was a judge of Israel, and he died at 98. Matter of fact, continue.
And he had judged Israel 40 years. And his daughter-in-law, Phinehas' wife, was with child, near to be delivered. And when she heard the tidings that the ark of the Most High was taken, and that her father-in-law and her husband were dead, she bowed herself in travail, for her pains came upon her.
Mm-hmm. So it just shows you that bad news put her in labor.
Yep.
Immediately put her in labor.
Huh? It immediately put her in labor, and she had the labor pains and distressing.
So if I'm causing fear in my house,
mm-hmm.
and I'm bringing stress in my house, and I got pregnant, and I'm a woman that's pregnant,
mm-hmm.
and there's a lot of tumultuousness in my household, what effect does that have on the woman?
More stress.
More stress. I just caused a premature. I can cause a premature birth by tussling, arguing, bringing bad news, mm-hmm. conflict, distress. Look at the effect that it has on this woman. She wasn't in labor as of yet, but just hearing that news, getting those feelings, caused this woman to immediately go into labor. So that's just a message that I want to bring out, because sometimes we don't realize how information, news,
yep.
stress, depression, sadness, how it plays on the pregnant women.
Huh?
Because sometimes we want to argue at home, and you got a wife that's pregnant. That's not doing anything good for her or the child.
Okay.
Or your situation. You cause an extra strain that can cause something premature to happen for no reason.
No reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Verse 20. And about the time of her death, the woman that stood by her said unto her, Fear not, for thou hast borne a son. But she answered not, neither did she regard it. And she named the child Ichabod, saying, The glory is departed from Israel, because the ark of the Most High was taken, and because of her father-in-law and her husband.
Listen, it ended up bad, but it ended up bad because it was just. It was just. This man was sitting back here ruining lives. This is Phinehas' wife. She knew what was going on. All the extortion, the lavish lifestyle they had, over their means, and all the taking and exploitation they took from the people. So she's like, listen, she knew her time was up. She was about to pass on. And this was not a glorious time for her family. This was a shameful time for her family. Read on.
Verse 22. And she said, The glory is departed from Israel, for the ark of the Most High is taken.
Exactly. So she ends up dying shortly after this. The son continues, but the father, the wife, Eli and the brother Hophni, they all died at the same time, and the whole nation is upside down, messed up. Okay? Now the Philistines on the other end, in chapter 5, they're chilling. You can get on out of here now. Y'all live out.
I'm going to push right here.
Right.
Proverbs 6 and 15.
Right. What you got at?
Proverbs 6 and 15.
Okay.
And then also Proverbs 1:26.
You shy, sir?
Proverbs 6.
Get chapter 1 first. 1 and 26, and then 6 and 15. Just a little segment. Proverbs 1:26, and then Proverbs 6:15.
Proverbs 1 and verse 26. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh.
Now go to Proverbs 6:15.
Proverbs 6.
Yeah, Proverbs 1 and 26.
So the first one was 6 or 15, right?
Yeah, but I want chapter 1 first to lead to 6 and 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
6 and
6 and 15.
Proverbs 6 and 15.
Uh-huh.
Therefore shall his calamity come suddenly. Suddenly shall he be broken without remedy.
So it's showing we gotta maintain a healthy fear of the Most High, and know the Most High has situations pop up.
Guys, the noise.
If we keep violating and keep making mistakes, and keep being stupid, and keep ignoring counsel, and keep the same repetition of sins, the Most High is gonna judge. And it says He's gonna laugh at our calamity, because He gets what He wants. He ended the bloodline of He ended that familial line that was bad in the priesthood, and then those men got taken out the same day, at the same time, right? The same day?
It was the same day.
The same day. It was a tragedy.
Yep.
Babies getting born out all crazy and everything.
Yeah.
This is the Most High's will.
Yep. But what's also happening is, this is how the Most High cleans house. All this calamity is only for a short period of time. We're going to read that the ark ends up being gone for 7 months. It's the 7th month. You know, Most High always deals with those numbers too. But it's 7 months. The ark is gone, and the Most High is cleansing out the entire priesthood. He has to clean house out from the top to the bottom.
Yeah, that's very familiar to what the Most High did to Saul and his sons. They all died on the same day.
God.
Wow.
And that's how the Most High clean. He lets the sin go to a certain point. When He's enough is enough. I'm cleaning house, and I'm starting over again, and I'm gonna build it better with better men.
Wasn't there a scripture about that? Like in the same day or one day, you used to suffer loss of sons? You know what I mean?
There is a verse on that.
I'm not saying
it. But it talks about Esau's kingdom too. I think I remember that verse. It talks about Esau's kingdom falling apart, and in the same day, I forgot how it went, but it does talk about that. It does talk. Let's come on back, okay, sir? But let's keep. You got any more?
No, that was it. All it shows the Most High will create sudden calamity.
Yeah.
The Most High does this. This is a way the Most High. This is another reason to fear the Most High. If I don't have reasons stacked in my mind to be in order, this is one of those reasons I need to stack in my mind. God,
because He'll sit back here and eventually, enough is enough, and He'll sit back here and just break you.
Because they got away with it for a long period of time.
I know that. That's the point, and that goes with Ecclesiastes 8:11, where it says because sentence against an evil work doesn't happen like overnight. It makes a person fully confident to keep sinning.
Calm.
Exactly.
Set in his heart.
Until he sits back here and the Most High has enough. But when He has enough, families are dying.
Yeah.
He's eradicating family lines. He's sitting back here. You don't want that type of judgment if you can avoid it. Sin, try to change the sin on your own before you have to start completely over.
Yeah. You don't want that Most High to drop the hammer like that.
Exactly. That's the point. So let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 5. Yohanan, I think this is your son.
Yeah.
Yohanan, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yehoda, Ban Yashal.
Yohanan, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yehoda, Ban Yashal. And much. Rock. Yahweh Hashem Shabrakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Shabrakatah.
Okay, don't put a whole lot because
a little bit.
Yeah, that's the only reason I don't like using it. It's so hard to get it out in a controlled fashion. You know what I mean? You can't pour it out with a couple drops. It always kind of leaks out like that. You want some fancy bottles, man. That's what happens. You want fancy glass and stuff. Okay, so let's get 5 and 1 down.
1 Samuel chapter 5 and verse 1. And the Philistines took the ark of the Most High and brought it from Ebenezer unto Ashdod.
So once again, what ends up happening is we started the fight. We have the image online. The Philistines were encamped in Aphek. They went to war with the Jews in Ebenezer. Okay? And Ebenezer is when they took us over and they got the ark. Then they took the ark from Ebenezer all the way down to Ashdod. Okay? In the land of the Philistines, on the coast, in that coastal city on the far west, near the Mediterranean Sea. Okay? Read on.
When the Philistines took the ark of the Most High, they brought it into the house of Dagon and set it by Dagon. And when they of Ashdod arose early on the morrow, behold, Dagon was fallen upon his face to the earth before the ark of the Most High.
Just because, listen, what we're going to read in 1 Samuel chapter 5 is that they didn't have the ark. The ark had them. The ark had them. They was in the trick bag, guy. They're like, yeah, we won. We on top.
We gonna use it.
We took it. We gonna use this all power. We have another power now. They're like, no, Most High got them in the trick bag, guy. So, it's the truth. They thought they was winning. Listen, just because the Most High was stinging Israel, didn't mean you could sit back and violate that ark, guy. Didn't mean you could do whatever the hell you want to do without punishment and repercussion.
So like how David did that boy that brought Saul's crown.
Yeah. It still goes back to the same point. Listen, Israel, the Most High took the ark from Israel to break Eli, really, and to shame his family line as punishment because he didn't check his sons, he didn't deal with them the right way. And his sons were allowed to be negative and shame the priesthood, so the whole thing has to go.
You know, what's crazy is that you're going to be a lesson of either what to do or what not to do.
God.
But the Most High is going to make a lesson out of us no matter what.
God. He's going to make a lesson out of us. And just because he makes a lesson out of us, his word doesn't go void. And he's still not going to be disrespected by the nations. So let's keep going.
And they took Dagon and set him in his place again. And
so obviously, I don't know. They don't know why the hell Dagon fell. They didn't understand. Dagon fell. So they're going to put him back up. They're going to prop him up and go back onto it again. Read on.
1 Samuel chapter 5, verse 4. And when they arose early on the morrow morning, behold, Dagon was fallen upon his face to the ground before the ark of the Most High.
Right, so it fell right in front of the ark again. Fell on his face. Read on.
And the head of Dagon and both the palms of his hands were cut off upon the threshold.
Listen, both of that, the palms of his hands. I don't know how this damn Dagon even looked like that. Like this. The hands were broke off and the head was chopped off. By the time they got there in the morning. Read on.
Only the stump of Dagon was left to him.
That was it, just the stump of Dagon.
It's broken.
Listen, you got to go back and make another Dagon, my G.
Some vandalizing.
That's what it is. It's some spiritual vandalizing. Okay. Read on.
Verse 5. Therefore, neither the priests of Dagon nor any that come into Dagon's house tread on the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod unto this day.
They don't, because I guess they're afraid of the Most High sitting back here being in there and could punish them. And that's why they don't go around that same threshold that the Most High sat back here and broke Dagon's, their image multiple times. Read on.
It says that they don't tread on the threshold, so they step over the doorstep.
Mm-hmm.
They
jump over it.
They jump over the crack. They don't step over the crack, bro. They step over the crack.
Step on the crack.
Don't step on the crack. Yeah, so That was bad luck to them. That became a superstition to them.
Damn, because that was where Dagon fell.
God.
Continue.
Verse 6. But the hand of the Most High was heavy upon them in Ashdod.
You think it was going to stop there with just a couple, just this Dagon falling a couple times? He says, man, the hand of the Most High was heavy on these boys in Ashdod. Right? Read on.
And he destroyed them.
He was killing them. He was killing the people. Read on.
And smit them with emerods.
Let's go and find out what emerods are. Right? Let's read it. Let's go to 1828. It ain't a good thing. It ain't a good thing whether they have emerods are. Emerods is.
Yeah. Emerods is hemorrhoids. A dilation of the veins about the rectum with a discharge of blood. Yeah.
Yeah. They weren't no small boys either.
Get rid of this.
They was sitting there like this. They was sitting there like this. What we gonna do about this situation?
The whole
you wasn't sitting regular. Right? You was doing this. What to do? Listen, he was cursing these people out with hemorrhoids. Oh my goodness,
Yeah, they get the medicated tux.
And they had no tuss or not, no tuss.
Yeah, they get the tux, bro.
Nah, bro.
Get that witch hazel.
Witch hazel.
The whole nation.
Oh my goodness. All the people had it, right? So they had hemorrhoids, even Ashdod and all the coast, that whole area over there, right?
What's going on?
Brother, it was a plague, right? But you gonna read later on, it wasn't just, it was a rat infestation too, right?
Let the story go.
Keep going, that's horrible, right? Read on.
Even Ashdod and the coast thereof. And when the men of Ashdod saw that it was so, they said, the ark of the Most High of Israel shall not abide with us.
Let's get this the hell out of Ashdod. Y'all can have this, because there was 5 major cities in the Philistines' land. And they say, we're going to send it to all these lands. I'm trying to find out. The names of the cities is Ashdod, Ekron, Gath, and there's one more, I forgot. There's 2 more. But there's 5 cities. And they just start sitting back here and shipping this damn curse to all the major cities of the Philistines. It was hot potato. I didn't want this or not.
That's a new definition of butthurt.
Yeah. God.
No preparation H is hilarious. Read on,
Come. For his hand is sore upon us.
Hell yeah, his hand was sore on the other parts. Read on.
And upon Dagon our power. They sent therefore and gathered all the lords of the Philistines unto them, and said, what shall we do with the ark of the power of Israel? And they answered, let the ark of the Most High of Israel be carried about unto God.
So it went from Ebenezer to Ashdod to Gath at the bottom. Read on.
And they carried the ark of the power of Israel about thither. And it was so that after they had carried it about, the hand of the Most High was against the city with a very great destruction. And he smote the men of the city, both small and great. And they had emerods in their secret parts.
Listen, he was killing them. He was destroying the people in the city. And everybody had hemorrhoids. I don't know why it was hemorrhoids was the thing of the day.
I'm not gonna go on.
I know. Don't
Don't do it.
Don't go there. So yeah, man.
It's painful, man.
It's painful.
Yeah, you basically the colon is starting to come out from inside out, man.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what it is. Read on.
Verse 10. Therefore they sent the ark of the Most High to Ekron.
Then it went to Ekron. It's just getting tossed around, and they're just sending curses. They're sending curses to their entire nation. They don't realize they're crippling. They're all the 5 cities, the 5 major cities. They're just cutting down populations.
Great comedy.
Yeah, read on.
Got a gift for you, brother.
And it came to pass, as the ark of the Most High came to Ekron, that the Ekronites cried out, saying, they have brought about the ark of the power of Israel to us, to slay us.
Like, why we don't want it,
brother. I don't want this.
We don't want this. Don't forget, every one of those 5 cities had a king. So the kings just keep sending it to the other kings. Like, we don't want this shit. What are you doing, Read on. So what's going on? Listen. The Ekronites didn't want hemorrhoids.
It had to be unbearable.
I know it was. It was nonstop. Can you imagine weeks and weeks and weeks of this shit? First of all, it was in their possession for 7 months. Can you imagine 2 or 3 months of this hemorrhoids? That's just
the worst.
You can't go to the restroom. You can't sit. Keep going,
Verse 11. So they sent and gathered together all the lords of the Philistines and said, send away the ark of the power of Israel and let it go again to his own place.
He said, this guy it didn't even get to all the 5 cities. Because by the 3rd city, they said, man, forget this, man. Let it just go back to his own place, because this ain't working for us.
Not working.
We thought it was a win, This is a loss. Read on.
That it slay us not, and our people. For there was a deadly destruction throughout all the city.
It wasn't just hemorrhoids, bro. It was a deadly destruction through the entire city. All these cities were getting hammered out.
Yep.
What's that?
First Maccabees 6 and 10. First Maccabees 6 and 10.
Okay.
Just on the point of how the Most High afflict these nations.
First Maccabees chapter 6, verse 10. It says, wherefore he called for all his friends and said unto them, the sleep is gone from mine eyes.
This is Antiochus. Go ahead.
And my heart faileth for very care.
Go ahead. He said, I'm worried. Read on.
And I thought with myself, into what tribulation am I come?
So the way the Most High deal with these nations is that he starts to bring condemnation, damnation, tribulation. He starts to bring in hell to these countries that deal with us wrong. And this is normal for the Most High to let the nations have to ask themselves, what is it and why are we in the condition that we're in as a nation of people? So when you look at all these things that's going on even in America today, somebody has to be wise enough to ask themselves this question. Why is America broken? Why is America falling apart? Why is there so much division, destruction, storms of biblical proportion, fires of biblical proportion? Okay. Nobody's asking themselves that question.
You're right, because when they legalized weed in Denver, not long after that, they had. Remember, we read that in the newspaper. It said biblical size mudslides. It said biblical proportionate.
Right. Mudslides and fires.
And fires.
Right.
California been having fires.
Been having fires. Been smoking.
Con.
Read on.
It says tribulation to come, and how great a flood of misery is it?
So then you got to start asking. The nations have to start asking themselves, why is the Most High bringing all this misery to us? Read on.
Wherein now I am, for I was bountiful and beloved in my power.
We were great. We were strong. We were mighty. This is how the Most High deals with the nations. We were strong. We were on top. Read on.
But now I remember the evils that I did at Jerusalem.
So now the nation, the Most High keeps bringing tribulation until the nations realize that they've been doing what?
Evils at Jerusalem.
Who's Jerusalem? It's us. We're the children of Israel. So something has to keep smiting and keep punishing and keep causing tribulation to these nations until they wake up and say, man, why are we being punished? We went from this to being on high to now being weak, vulnerable, destroyed.
It's a big contrast to their golden age.
Right.
Because everybody has a certain period of time where things are blooming. There's so much hope. America, the wheels are turning. Right. Everybody's proud.
The Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, Industrial Revolution. We're out there celebrating 4th of July. Is phenomenal. The holidays are phenomenal. The patriotic spirit is up.
Right.
And now you see flag waving right now. It's all
now you see statues being torn down. Just like Dagon fell down. Now you got General Lee statues being slammed down. Now you got monuments being removed out of their place because of what they represent.
It's the Lord's doing.
It's the Most High's doing. And that's what the Most High does to every nation that has done what? Read on.
It says, remember the evils that I did at Jerusalem, and that I took all the vessels of gold.
And this is Antiochus, because the Most High had to bring it to his mind, because you went into the Lord's temple and you stole the vessels of gold. Antiochus did it, but also who else did it too? The Romans did it.
Yeah, the Romans did it.
The Romans did it. They went in 70 AD and ransacked the temple and took out all the holy vessels. Alexander did it. So showing the Ark of the Covenant is one of the what? Is one of the holy vessels.
Yeah.
Read on.
It says of gold and silver that were therein, and sent to destroy the inhabitants of Judea without a cause.
And he says that I came against these people without what?
A cause.
Without a cause. Now, when you read about Spain, when Spain came and conquered Mexico and South America, they even wrote in their chronicles that these people were some of the most loved, well-behaved, and giving people that they've ever seen. They said that these people were the most beloved, giving, well-nurtured, and caring people that they've ever ran into. But did it stop them from slaughtering them?
No.
Did it stop them from mutilating, chopping them up, and taking their gold, or working them in gold mines or silver mines till they died? No, they still plundered them. So the Most High brings these punishments about to these nations until these nations start to recognize their own dirt, and they start to recognize where this tribulation is coming from. What's the source of these issues? Because you've been wrong, and the Most High doesn't let this wrong go untouched, and that's why he said Antiochus had to come to this mind. Read on.
Verse 13. I perceive, therefore, that for this cause these troubles are come upon me.
Go ahead.
And behold, I perish through a great grief in a strange land.
So the Most High does that with every nation that misuses, abuses his people. He starts bringing calamities to them until they recognize, man, this is bad. We need to do right. We've been wrong to these people. You can march all you want. You can wave signs. You can do sit-ins. you can not get on the bus. You know what I'm saying? You can boycott. You can do all these things, but they have to recognize that they've been wrong. Nothing's going to change until they recognize within themselves they've been guilty of mishandling the Most High's children. So that's all that's happening right here. That's it right there. We read it here in during the time of the Greeks, and we read it again right here in Samuel. These nations are starting to recognize, hey man, we took something special from the Most High. So this is why we're being afflicted. This is why we're being punished. I just wanted to bring that out.
Okay. So where are we at now?
You want the top of 11?
Why not?
God. 1 Samuel chapter 5 and verse 11. So they sent and gathered together all the lords of the Philistines and said, send away the ark of the power of Israel, and let it go again to his own place, that it slay us not and our people. For there was a deadly destruction throughout all the city. The hand of the Most High was very heavy there, and the men that died not were smitten with the hemorrhoids, and the cry of the city went up.
The men that died not were smitten with the hemorrhoids, and the cry of the city went up to heaven. Okay, let's keep going. Matter of fact, you read all that. Next man. I think it's Elisha.
Elisha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashal.
Elisha, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashal. I imagine. Bro. Yahweh Hashem Yashal Barakah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashal Barakatham.
You can.
Chapter 6.
Yeah, chapter 6.
1 Samuel 6 and verse 1. And the ark of the Lord was in the country of the Philistines 7 months.
So once again, it was 7 months of hell, 7 months of damn hemorrhoids. Read on.
And the Philistines called for the priests and diviners, saying, what shall we do to the ark of the Lord?
What we're going to do with this ark, how are we going to handle this situation? Read on.
Tell us wherewith we shall send it to his place. And they said, if ye send away the ark of the power of Israel, send it not empty, but in any wise return him a trespass offering.
He's like, listen, the priest understood you had to sit back and make this right. You better give something back to him, or you're going to sit back and have, what they gave him was off, but the notion was right.
Yeah.
Read on.
Then ye shall be healed. And it shall be known to you.
Then you shall be healed.
It was still going. It was 7 months of fire.
Then
It
you
said
will
from
be
the
healed.
high end to the low end, everybody was on fire, right?
It's a bad 7 months.
Listen, everybody was standing up in that council line.
Yeah.
They was standing up. Well, how are we gonna handle this situation, y'all?
You see how I do work?
I know. Anyway, yeah. Keep going.
And it shall be known to you why his hand is not removed from you. Then said they, what shall be the trespass offering, which we shall return to him? They answered, 5 golden emerods, and 5. Wait, what?
Yeah, 5 gold. Yeah, 5 golden emerods. Huh? Listen, that they were literally. Listen, read on. Listen, so it's a huge ruby. It's a hemorrhoid ruby. Yeah, that's what it was.
I got that Master P chain out with the little tank on it.
So it's gold.
Yeah.
I actually looked online. No. Hold on. Read the whole thing real quick. I'm gonna explain it.
God, they said 5 golden emerods and 5 golden mites.
5 golden emerods and 5 golden mice. So first of all, it didn't tell you earlier that the plague was mice too, huh? It was rat infestations, huh? That's the worst shit ever. That's the worst news I could ever have, huh?
That's like those storages we go
rats,
to.
huh?
We're going to do some storages out.
Not only is it rats, but you can't run from them because you got emerods.
Well, listen. So I saw an image online. I don't know if it was the case, but they had an image of this rat, and he was holding this golden emerald. This golden this ball.
So it's gold fashioned to the shape of an emerald?
Yeah, like it was a ball.
Yeah, because I'm thinking they.
It ain't gold plated out.
No, it was gold. It was pure gold.
No, not gold plated.
No.
Oh yeah. No. No, it was gold, bro. It was image of a rat and a damn hemorrhoid, a flared up hemorrhoid. And that was the offering. It was flared. It wasn't regular size. It was flared up.
That's how I was mocking them, man.
Listen, but they said you got to give them. But that's what these Philistines made some dumb idea of giving them an image of what the Most High was cursing with.
Was it like an acknowledgement, like, okay, we know you did this?
Yeah, they were trying to give a not a trespass, but a trespass offering to make it right. But they made it in gold. It was 5 golden emerods and 5 golden mice.
We'll take it. It's gold.
But Israel will sit back and make something out of that. Damn idiots. But so it was rats and damn emerods and death in the country. Read on. Maybe it was disease.
Yeah.
That the rats brought.
Because rats bring hantavirus. Literally, that's an issue of the lungs. Because when that rat pee, it gets dry, and then you try to clean it, the spores and it creates something called hantavirus. It's like similar to tuberculosis.
That's horrible.
Yeah, it's bad, man.
So how do you deal with that then?
It's hantavirus.
Supposed to wet it down and get someone to clean it properly. You got to mask up, you know what I'm saying? And suit up and all that. But yeah, it brings.
We can't.
This is real, bro.
Yeah, we didn't been exposed then already.
That's crazy. There's a whole lot of hentai going on out there. That's crazy. But this was obviously one of the plagues that was killing the people.
Because you think it's a cold, but it's not.
Yeah, rat plagues. That's horrible. On top of hemorrhoids, perpetual 7-month joints.
Yeah, because you can't clean it because you got hemorrhoids. So you got rat feces, urine, and you inhale.
Can't move, bro.
So you got people with lung conditions, fevers.
This is the worst ever. This is the worst day ever.
It's a bad day, bro.
7 months of them.
So I couldn't help it. Some people just kill themselves.
People were dying. Let's keep going. That's jacked up.
But just like in Egypt, bro. 3 days of darkness. The water turned to blood. The Most High be using strange plagues, bro.
That you can't control. You never would have saw this happen. Read on.
According to the number of lords of the Philistines, for 1 plague was on you all, and on your lords. Wherefore ye shall make images of your emerods, and images of your mice that mar the land. And ye shall give glory unto the power of Israel.
Read on. Images of golden hemorrhoids.
Golden rat's eye.
It's gross.
Hemorrhoids.
Somebody got these chains out. These chains still around out.
It's true.
This is the proof. Read on.
Peradventure, he will lighten his hands from off you, and from off your gods, and from off your land.
Because he was banging on Dagon now. He was breaking the images, the whole nine now. Read on.
Wherefore, then do ye harden your hearts, as the Egyptians and Pharaoh hardened their hearts.
It's another reminder that the nations understand the history. They don't forget the history. We be forgetting history. They don't forget nothing.
They don't forget history.
Whether it's now in 1 Samuel 6 or it's in in the Apocrypha or in Esther. Was it Esther? No, it's Judith. It was in Judith that the nations understood our path and our plight. The whole world knows about us.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Moab knows.
Yeah, but us. We're the only ones that don't remember our damn nation and our history. But the rest of the nations do.
They have our fathers' records up. Their fathers have records about our fathers.
Exactly. We don't have our records though, because we want to do oral history like idiots. Yep. Read on.
Wherefore, then do ye harden your heart.
Put it on paper. Yeah. We got to write this down. Read on.
As the Egyptians and Pharaoh hardened their hearts, when he had wrought wonderfully among them, did they not let the people go, and they departed?
Mm-hmm.
Now therefore, make a new cart, and make 2 milch kine.
It says, make a new cart. Now this is what the priests and the diviners were telling the Philistine lords. Make a new cart, meaning a cart that can travel, that can take the ark, transportation wise. Okay, read on.
Show some respect, man.
I'm sorry. I gotta make sure I explain this. Yeah. They're gonna build this cart that you can put the ark on, and take 2 milch kine. You can look up milch and kine, but it's cow milk. I mean, cows that are used for milking.
Dairy cows.
Dairy cows. There you go. So take 2 dairy cows. Read on.
On which there hath come no yoke.
I mean, they're not used to sitting back here and working the yoke. Okay. Read on.
And tie the kine to the cart, and bring their calves home from them.
Mm-hmm.
And take the ark of the Lord, and lay it upon the cart, and put the jewels of gold which ye return him for a trespass offering, and a coffer.
A coffer is like a box or a chest. Read on.
In a coffer by the side thereof, and send it away, that it may go.
But okay, read on.
And see if it goeth up by the way on his own coast to Beth Shemesh.
So and they're gonna say, see if these 2, I guess, milking cows or dairy cows take it up by the way to on its own to the coast to Beth Shemesh. Read on, which is an Israelite town. Read on.
Then he hath done us this great evil, but if not, then we shall know that it was not his hand that smote us. It was a chance that happened to us.
So what he's saying is this.
Wow.
If these animals, if these 2 dairy cows that aren't used to treading and taking anything on its back, if it takes the Ark of the Covenant to Beth Shemesh, and online it went from Ekron to Beth Shemesh. So if these dairy cows sit back and make that trek on its own, because if these dairy cows don't have no training at carrying and lugging anything, if they sit back and follow the path that's set out for them on their own, and it gets from,
They know it's the Most High.
They know it's the Most High that stung them. Okay. But if they sit back here and start grazing and shit and chilling and living and doing their thing, then it was just by chance that we had 7 years of hemorrhoids and rat infestation.
Is this the Most High? That's always people's question.
Exactly.
The Most High stinging me, or is this just?
That's the question, or is this just happened, right? Or is this a battle that we're going?
Everybody thinks that.
Or they just blame Mother Nature.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what people fail to put 2 and 2 together. That every plague is a direct, stripe or way of chastising the nation from the Most High. People don't put that together. They don't put these horrific events that go on in the nation as that's divine. That's from the Most High. Mm-hmm. That's just Mother Nature, or that's just El Nino.
Yeah, El
Nino.
That's just the changing of the weather patterns, or that's just the what do you call it, the global warming. That's just global. Nobody wants to attribute these things to the Most High.
If you look at the etymology of the term bacteria or virus, it traces back to the word rod or staff. Literally, rod or staff, meaning the staff of the Most High or the rod of the Most High.
That's crazy, yeah. And they're just trying to make sure that it's not happenstance or this is just the Most High's will. And that's why they didn't put regular cows. They put dairy cows there to sit back and see if they will go to the location. If they go to the location, it was the Most High for sure setting that up. Come. So, read on.
Verse 10. And the men did so, and took 2 milch kine, and tied them to the cart, and shut up their calves at home.
Mm-hmm. Meaning they're young that they were nursing. They left their nursing cows at the house on their land. Read on.
And they laid the ark of the Lord upon the cart, and the coffer with the mice of gold and the images of their emeralds.
So the images, they're in a box. That was the one. That was the one that I saw. The one right there. Yeah. That.
I'm gonna put on there.
Listen, if y'all want to see what was, I guess.
Yeah, I'll post that. That's kind of cool.
Come on, that's hilarious, man. We'll sit back and do it if that's what the people want, huh? But I saw that image. I was like, should I put this on here, man? I can't say for sure. This is how the damn thing looks.
It's a good visual, though. Great visual.
Yeah.
I just can't say for sure that's what it was, huh? Huh? Oh, you mean on
Zoom, right?
I'll send it to you too, and you can put it on
I can't put it on Zoom.
Well, oh, maybe
You
not.
can't share?
I'm just saying, I just want to.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anyway. Nobody's even on Zoom right now. Let's see.
No, because I don't think it's.
What's that?
I don't know if I can share from Zoom and it'll affect.
Yeah, I got it. I guess you got to put it from here. No, it's cool. Don't worry about it. There it goes.
You told
I'm gonna expand it out. This is an idea of how this rat looked. This is not guaranteed, y'all. Nobody's saying that this is exactly how it looked. But over here to the far right hand corner, you can see this little nasty.
Sir?
This little nasty creature here, man.
What's above that rat?
I don't know what's above that rat. It's disgusting.
That's that emerald.
I hope not. For real? You really think so?
Yeah, that's the emerald.
That's the emerald?
Yeah.
Oh no. That on top. That's bad news right there, my friend. That on top. That's how the emerald looked.
That's a bad thing.
That's horrible. Listen, y'all just got to get online and watch it later, man. This is brutal, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, oh, you looking online? Okay.
Yeah, it's like a piece of.
That's from inside of you coming out of you.
Your colon coming out.
That's what I'm saying.
They snip that thing.
That's the colon coming out. It went out far.
His colon.
That's horrible. That's bad. That's really bad. You may have to get out around 1:15. Oh, is it? They might as well whenever you want to get on now.
5 more minutes.
Yeah. You stay back. Okay, but yeah, you see the image, right? That's not a very flattering, comfortable, awesome looking image.
For 7 months, bro.
7 months. 7 months. Yeah. Listen, yeah, but it ain't though. It's sticking to you. It's sticking to you though. The whole time, it's there. That makes it even worse. The image. I saw this. I didn't see that. That's bad. That's really crappy. And the bottom is the image of like the two dairy cows walking them out.
This is like an inflamed colon, right?
Yeah, it's an inflamed colon coming outside.
Yep.
That golden image in the top right corner?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's the point. That's the actual hemorrhoid, huh?
That was causing bleeding.
Did you want a real picture?
No.
No, sir.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see that right now.
You said what?
I'm trying to see that.
No. Everything will be okay. So anyway, that's what that is. I think we got that. That's just a really nasty situation. But let's keep reading real quick.
Yeah. Verse 12. And the kine took the straight way to the way of Beth Shemesh, and went along the highway, lowing as they went.
Like, I don't know where that came from, but somebody like watching the
Yeah, I was looking at this.
Thank you. I like, there's a double move going on here. Like, what's going on here?
It was too cold.
Yeah, it was too. Let's keep going. That's hilarious.
Lowing as they went, and turned not aside to the right hand or the left.
They didn't go to the right or to the left. They went exactly all the way down to the land.
And the lords of the Philistines went after them unto the border of Beth Shemesh.
So they didn't sit back and followed the cows until they went to the border or the edge of Beth Shemesh. Then they realized for sure that was the Most High stinging them with the worst looking damn curse ever in the hemorrhoid scenario. That's brutal. But keep going.
And they of Beth Shemesh were reaping their wheat harvest in the valley, and lifted up their eyes and saw the ark, and rejoiced to see it. And the cart came into the field of Joshua, a Bethshemite, and stood there, and there was a great stone. And they clave the wood of the cart, and offered the kine a burnt offering unto the Lord.
And they used the animals as a burnt offering. Okay? Read on.
And the Levites took down the ark of the Lord, and the coffer that was with it, wherein the jewels of gold were, and put them on the great stone. And the men of Beth Shemesh offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed sacrifices the same day unto the Lord.
Read verse 15 again. I was looking at some other stuff.
1 Samuel 6 and verse 15. And the Levites took down the ark of the Lord, and the coffer that was with it, wherein the jewels of gold were, and put them on the great stone. And the men of Beth Shemesh offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed sacrifices the same day unto the Lord. And the 5 lords of the Philistines had seen it, and they returned to Ekron the same day. And these are the golden emerods which the Philistines returned for a trespass offering unto the Lord. For Ashdod 1, for Gaza 1, for Escalon 1, for Gath 1, for Ekron 1. And the golden mice, according to the number of all the cities of the Philistines belonging to the 5 lords, both of fenced cities and of country villages, even unto the great stone of Abel, whereon they set the ark of the Lord, which stone remaineth unto this day in the field of Joshua the Bethshemite. And he smote the men of Beth Shemesh, because they had looked into the ark of the Lord.
Israel just couldn't sit back here and just keep things as they were, bro. He says the people of the men of Beth Shemesh, because they had looked into the ark, which they weren't supposed to do no damn well. They weren't supposed to touch the ark. Even he smote, read on.
Because they had looked into the ark of the Lord, even he smote of the people 50,000.
Wow.
3 and 60 and 10 men.
You know, Mosai sat back here. Mosai sat back here. He sent the ark back. And they violate automatically.
Was that them not knowing again, like Joshua was saying?
Bro.
No, they know not, but they know not to look at the ark.
Brother, and if they don't, that's how the Mosai teach them. And listen, Israel. You know what? Israel don't inquire the right way. Remember back in the day, you'd go to the high priest and sit back here.
Communicate.
And the Urim and Thummim will sit back and communicate. It'll glow if it was a yes or not, if it was a no. Nobody's asking no permission for nothing.
There's no order here.
Niggas just crack it open, son. What's inside, B? And they digging in and see what's at the Most High killing everybody, Because everybody's on their own thing. Nobody's doing anything decent and in order. Nobody could have called a priest. Nobody could have called no Levites. There was no Levites in the streets. Or couldn't they wait a couple days? It wasn't a very far distance from one area to another. Why didn't somebody go to Shiloh as soon as it came? Why didn't they do that? Shiloh wasn't, these areas, these locations aren't that far away. Maybe a day's trip. Can't do that. No, I want to see what's inside.
Right. Their own lust.
In their own lust, their own curiosity. They think it's because the blessing came to their city. It's theirs to play with. Look at it. So he killed 50,000 people in one damn day. Listen, most I don't give a shit if you're a nation, you're a Jew. If you don't do things decent in order, I'm busting you up. And it's that simple. Read on. Damn, that's crazy.
And the people lamented.
Now they want to be sad.
Because the Lord had smitten many of the people with a great slaughter.
Golly, bro.
And the men of Beth Shemesh said, who is able to stand before this holy Lord power?
Anybody who just does what they're told, hey, like this is some impossible situation. Who is able to stand in front of the Lord? This is impossible to please Him. Just stop cracking open the box, son. You'll be all right.
Mind your business.
Mind your business. Israel's so extreme, man. Who was able to stand before this holy Lord power? What do you mean? Just follow instructions.
Not curious people, that's for sure.
It's crazy, man. Keep going.
And to whom shall he go up from us? And they sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kirjath Jearim, saying, the Philistines have brought again the ark of the Lord. Come ye down and fetch it up to you.
They should have did it earlier. Read on. Okay, yeah. So now they're asking the people from Kirjath Jearim to go down to Beth Shemesh, pick up the ark and bring it back to them. Okay. Let's sit back here now. And let's get the next reader.
No, you shy.
It's going to probably have to be Nagahah now because everybody's leaving.
Because it's two of them, right? Yeah, it's two.
Oh, it's two?
Yeah.
I thought it was a one.
It just came in.
Okay.
It came in from Beth Shemesh.
Came in hot off the press, huh? Beth Shemesh. One second, y'all. We about to.
Pretty soon you will. Nagaha, Shah, Shabbatah, Ban, Shemaiwan, Ban, Yasharala.
Nagaha, Shah, Shabbatah, Ban, Shemaiwan, Ban, Yasharala. I much rock. Yahweh Hashem, Yasharala.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah, Brakatham.
Okay. Let's do, let's read chapter 7, verse 1.
1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 1. And the men of Kirjath Jearim came and fetched up the ark of the Most High, and brought it into the house of Abinadab in the hill, and sanctified Eleazar, his son, to keep the ark of the Most High. And it came to pass, while the ark abode in Kirjath Jearim, that the time was long, for it was 20 years, and all the house of Israel lamented after the Most High.
It's crazy. It says that the ark was in Kirjath Jearim for 20 years.
Wow.
That's a long time that the ark wasn't in its proper place. 20 years. But that was also part of the curse that still was on Eli's family. Listen, because of what Eli's sons did, that ark was because you know the Most High looked at Shiloh was? It was tainted. Shiloh was tainted and the priesthood was tainted. So I'd rather be around a person who's going to take care and respect and reverence this, my ark,
office.
In this office and position. Forget Shiloh. Forget Shiloh and forget the people that was in charge of the area at the time. So he went 20 years without bringing it back to his rightful place. Keep going.
Verse 3. And Samuel spake unto all the house of Israel.
Before you go any further, let's go to the Josephus. Book 6, chapter 2, paragraph 1.
Book 6, chapter 2, paragraph 1.
Let me see this real quick.
Page 152.
6, 2, 1. That's a quick way to do it. Okay, let's do that.
Book 6, chapter 2, paragraph 1, page 152. Now while the city of Kirjathjearim had the ark with them, the whole body of the people betook themselves all that time to offer prayers and sacrifices to the Most High, and appeared greatly concerned and zealous about his worship.
At this particular time, now Israel wants to sit back here and show that they were serious about pleasing the Most High over again. They start taking more serious and taking pleasing the Most High more serious. Don't forget, he took 50,000 people out in their home in a Beth Shemesh just a little short time also ago, because they wanted to crack open the ark. But it's that, and also the Philistines are still on the warpath.
Yeah.
The Philistines are not letting up. They already took some ground in Ebenezer, and they're still trying to push forward. Read on.
So Samuel the prophet, seeing how ready they were to do their duty, thought this a proper time to speak to them.
So now, okay, now you're zealous. Now you want to serve the Most High.
It's high time now.
Now you want to love the Lord now, right? Yeah. Then let's sit back here and use this opportunity to remind you of what you're going to have to do if you want the Most High on your side. Because it's prototypical Israel. Israel sits back here and makes their moves based upon their own strength, their own wisdom, their own ideology. We did that at Ebenezer. Right. We sat back here and fought them, lost. And we sat back and brought the ark, lost. Now we're out of options. So what's the third option? Let's go to the Lord and ask him what he wants to do. And that's how we always do. We don't sit back here and perceive or push to do things the right way initially. That's not how we operate. We do things our way, and then when all of our options don't work anymore, now let's sit back here and check the Lord and ask him to do something.
Which is backwards.
It's all backwards, but that's how we do things. Anyway, so that's what now. But see, now Samuel sees it and he's going to capitalize on it and use this as a teaching lesson for the people.
So he also has to perceive when the appropriate time was to offer it with.
No doubt, and that's the point. You have to wait till Israel's ready to get the information, or you spin your wheels. Listen, Israel's going to do what the hell they want to do until they're ready to change. Right. It's Israel now. You can only help somebody when they want to be helped.
That's no different than you watch those shows of certain like people they're eating all this chicken and all these fast foods, and you see the people they're morbidly obese, and it's like the doctor's like, we can't do the surgery because your
heart issues.
You might not survive the surgery. Mm-hmm. At that point, allow them to hit that rock bottom once again.
Yep.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take this diet serious. I'm gonna take this lifestyle serious. Start walking. Or us in Israel, if they had a heart attack, then it's not like a life or death consequence. Now I'm gonna get on top of things.
Mm-hmm.
That's our people.
Exactly. So let's keep going.
So Samuel, the prophet, seeing how ready they were to do their duty, thought this a proper time to speak to them, while they were in this good disposition about the recovery of their liberty and of the blessings that accompanied the same.
Because now it didn't get serious to the Jews until the Philistines started encroaching in their property. You see how things diminish over time?
Yeah.
We were the orders initially were to completely take over the entire country. We were supposed to take the entire land of Israel and make it ours. It went from keep fighting and finish the battle to let's compromise and create peace with them, to now these guys are going to sit back here and wipe us off the face of the earth now. But that's what happens when you don't fight every day to stay on top and grow. You end up diminishing. If you don't push to fight the things inside of yourself, you diminish little by little. There is no treading water. I don't think people understand that. There's no treading water spiritually. Either you're pushing forward or you're dying. Either you're pushing forward or you're treading water, which is still death. you're stagnant. You can't function and grow in Christ's eyes, the Most High's eyes, treading water. Either you're looking for the next battle or you're fading out. And that's how each and every one of us have to take this, your posture or position with the Most High. Either you're moving forward or you're on your way out. If you can maintain that posture, that spirit of urgency, you can keep growing. All right, let's keep going.
Accordingly, he used such words to them as he thought were most likely to excite that inclination and to persuade them to attempt it.
You know what that means? He was exhorting the people. Where it says, he used such words to them as he thought were most likely to excite that inclination. The inclination to do what? To be on point, to fight. That is what exhortation is. As a prophet, he understood that you had to use your words to inspire Israel to want more, to want to fight more, to want to be better than what they were. That is as much about what being a teacher is as sitting back here and teaching Sabbath concepts or teaching basic information or talking about the so-called white man. Exhorting your people to be better, to be the best they can be, is a significant priority in the hands of leadership. But continue.
Sentence 20. O you Israelites, said he, to whom the Philistines are still grievous enemies, but to whom the Most High begins to be gracious. It behooves you not only to be desirous of liberty, but to take the proper methods to obtain it. Nor are you to be contented with the inclination to get clear of your lords and masters, while you still do what will procure your continuance under them.
Read that part again. It says, nor are you, read that part again.
Nor are you to be contented, contented. Nor are you to be contented with an inclination to get clear of your lords and masters, while you still do what will procure your continuance under them.
Okay, so what is he saying? Go a little higher. But it says, but to whom the Most High begins to be gracious.
About sentence 20 all over again?
Oh, the Israelites? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, read that part. Just read it from there then. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
O you Israelites, said he, to whom the Philistines are still grievous enemies, but to whom the Most High begins to be gracious. It behooves you not only to be desirous of liberty, but to take the proper methods to obtain it.
So he's like, if you want liberty, there's a right way to get liberty. Because the funny thing is, or the sad thing is, this is the way that gets the most out of Israel. If you want out of slavery, this is what you're going to have to do. When Israel had control, when we had power, you couldn't tell Israel nothing to get them to keep fighting now. The only thing that gets Israel fighting is when they are in poverty conditions. When they're in conditions where it's life or death and the nations are out to sit back and destroy them. Like if you want out of this hell, if you want liberty from the Philistines sitting back here and constantly imposing their will on you, then you better do it the right way. Because you know, these other times, they weren't doing it the right way, and that's why they kept getting punished. Like Israel, we try to sit back here and get free from our conditions by doing things our way and not the Most High's way. Continue.
Nor are you to be contented with an inclination to get clear of your lords and masters.
He says, listen, you don't want to be content with the desire to be free from your lords, the Philistines, and masters. Read on.
Is that like spinning your wheels?
Yeah. Well, it's good. Let me finish this last part and I'll explain it.
Okay. Nor are you to be contented with an inclination to get clear of your lords and masters, while you still do what will procure your continuance under them.
So he's saying it doesn't make sense to spin your wheels. It doesn't make sense to spin your wheels to fight to get these nations off of you when you're doing opposite of what it takes to get the Most High to back you.
So is that like okay, when George Floyd happens, or some stuff happens, but we never get to the root of the problem.
Nor do what it takes to get the George Floyd scenarios to stop happening. Meaning, you're pissed off. You want to go about trying to eradicate your situation. But the very thing that you need to do to get yourself out of your situation, you don't do.
It's almost like the Martin Luther King versus the Malcolm X mentality. You know, Martin Luther King was about marching, separate but equal. I mean, just equality. Not removing yourself from them, just being equal with them. You still want to be amongst your enemies, but you want freedom within the captivity. Malcolm X was like, by any means necessary. Like, whatever we got to do, he wanted a separate society. He wanted a separate culture. He wanted a separate individual place, not to be associated with them, but just have your own. Build your own, have your own, develop your own, teach your own, raise your own. He was about having a separate mentality, when Malcolm X was about having that, let's just march and just drink at the water fountains, go to the same schools, and reap the same benefits. Both were wrong in their attempts, because neither one of them really did it the way the Most High wanted it done.
And that's exactly that was it.
And so they were both right. So both of those attempts were failures. But what he's
saying is Israel is content with choosing one of the two methods. Israel is content with being militant, or Israel is content with the political process. But neither processes are what is going to take to get the results needed to eradicate yourself out of the situation.
Or the business process. Either Israel talk about powernomics.
Yeah.
Or we talk about
powernomics. That's some niggas. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that word. That's the first thing that pops in my head when I hear words like that. Listen, what you're saying is what people are saying. Yeah. I know what you're saying is what people. It just frustrates me. I don't want to get all wise and deep. It's powernomics. It's a solution, my brother.
Powernomics. Vote or die. Right.
Yeah.
Vote or die.
Yep.
Our great grandfathers died for this opportunity.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
How dare you
20s.
not vote?
Life, labor, and pursuit of happiness.
We're Black Americans, right? We're all included. Or we're gonna grab guns and we're gonna wear berets and talk like we're gonna fight the white man with some guns that got invented like the 1900s. Huh? You got lasers and all kind of weapons. We're gonna fight him with
Gatling guns
and not run out of bullets. And go to Walmart and buy some more bullets.
Right.
And go and have a revolution like that. It's not gonna happen.
I know.
They got drones.
Everything but go back to the Most High.
But you see the point? That's the philosophy that we're content with having. And this is what Samuel is saying. We're content with these different ways to get the nations off our back, except for the right way to get the nations off of our back. Stop trying to vote. Stop trying to be this guy that wants to start the race wars, like Israel used to talk about back in the day. Race war doctrine, or the powernomics doctrine. All of it. We're going to sit back and control the financials. We're going to get the land, and we're going to sit back and be independent completely of the white man. Cool, man. Listen, none of it's going to work.
It's Killer Mike theory.
Thank you, right. Thank you, Killer Mike theories. What Samuel was saying, all these methods that we concoct out of our own brain is going to keep us in the same cycle of losing and failure. It's going to, Samuel's going to explain what's going to have to be the end all be all to get the results we're looking for. Read on.
Sentence 21. Be righteous then, and cast wickedness out of your soul.
He says that's the solution, right? Be righteous and stop living wicked, right?
Because both of those methods, neither one have to do with actually me having
change it aside. Exactly. Because you're just gonna pick the thing that you like to do.
Right.
If I'm into voting in politics, I'm gonna choose that.
But I can still smoke on Black and Miles.
Exactly.
I still eat my pork.
That's the point, huh? If it's powernomics, I'm just gonna lean to my strengths.
Or we have to have an economic advantage, because first you get the money and then you get the power. Yeah. So it's still, neither one of those things have to do with the actual inward change.
Exactly.
Well, isn't that what, like, some may say certain things about, I guess, the teaching dynamic here, but isn't that what some other Hebrew thugs do? They just focus on, let's yell, talk power.
Yeah.
but no one's changing anything inwardly.
That is the classic Israelite condition. It's rhetoric. Rhetoric, hype, talk loud, bloviate. Ah, Israel! The kingdom's coming. Esau's kingdom is falling. Not if we keep screwing up the way we're doing. The longer it takes for us to change, the longer we're going to be in hell.
And that's why I think George Bush Sr. said, we're not going to listen to the prophets of doom.
Yeah. That was like 91, 92.
And he said we're not going to listen to the prophets of doom. We're going to move forward in our plans.
Yeah. And you know what? That was 30 years. It's still going. The thing is, if we don't change, if we don't make adjustments, we're going to be here in hell talking about Esau for another 50 years. Until we start making changes in ourselves as a nation. Because that's when the Most High starts to listen. When we as a nation start sitting back here and coming off the wickedness in ourselves and properly reaching out to the Most High and petitioning that He looks after us. But the petition and the prayer happens after you change what's inside of you. Well, let's keep going.
That's strong right there.
Sentence 21. Be righteous then, and cast wickedness out of your soul.
Cast wickedness out of your spirit, out of your soul. Read on.
And by your worship, supplicate the divine majesty with all your heart.
But the worshiping of the divine majesty comes after you make the decision to let go of the wickedness. I can cast out the wickedness out of your life. Then you pray. Then you reach out to the Most High. Then He listens. Then He recognizes you. Then He acknowledges you. And then whatever plans you come up with to sit back here and overcome your enemies, He's going to back you.
Wow. So the Most High is righteous. We're just not.
Most High is fair.
He's fair. But people will say that the Most High is not righteous.
Yeah.
That weird, twisted way of thinking. When things, I'm being spiritual and nothing's changing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to class, nothing's changing. I'm keeping the commandments, nothing's changing. I'm giving, and nothing's changing.
Mm-hmm.
So this must not be true, or the Most High must not be fair. People are left in that mind state. But that's not the truth.
It's not. If you're not getting the results you're looking for, you're not casting off the wickedness that's required.
You know, He said let all things be done decently and in order.
Good.
And He's showing you what the order of getting the Most High's attention is. He said, be righteous, then cast out the wickedness, and then through your worship, then ask the Most High, solicit the Most High. So those are like the step-by-step process that it takes to get the Most High on your side.
It's right there.
Right.
Let's continue.
So be righteous, then cast out wickedness, and by your worship.
And by your worship, supplicate the divine majesty with all your hearts, and persevere in the honor you pay to Him.
And be consistent in the choices you make in Christ's name. Be consistent in doing the right thing. Once you sit back here and pull off this wickedness, how long do you sustain in keeping the righteousness in your life? How long can you sustain pushing away the wickedness? Read on.
For if you act thus, you will enjoy prosperity. You will be freed from your slavery and will get the victory over your enemies.
He's telling you it's about how long. The answer is how long can you sustain the shedding off of the wickedness?
That's all I heard in Sunrise Baptist Church.
Oh yeah.
Was getting the victory.
Getting
the victory.
Getting the victory. But they don't explain how to get the victory. They just talk about getting the victory. It's awesome. That is a very good feeling. The victory. What does that mean, though?
Glory.
Anyway, it's all true, brother. It's all true. Read on.
And will get the victory over your enemies, which blessings it is not possible you should attain, either by weapons of war or by the strength of your body. He
reminds us that you're not going to win these battles by your hands and your wisdom and your ideology and your methodology. It's the Most High's way that works. When you submit yourself, when we submit ourselves to pleasing the Heavenly Father, that's when He comes through and He takes care of us.
Back to basics.
It's always back to basics. So they're afraid. They're you know what bricks. Their backs are against the wall. Now let me explain and teach you and show you what you got to do to get blessed. Read on.
or by the multitude of your assistants. For the Most High has not promised to grant these blessings by those means, but by being good and righteous men.
But by being, he has a standard.
Yes, sir. And if you live right, and if you're righteous men and women, read on, then you get taken care of. Read on.
And if you will be such, I will be security to you for the performance of the Most High's promises.
It's very clear. Read on.
When Samuel had said thus, the multitude applauded his discourse.
Hell yeah.
You
know why? You know why they applauded it? Because they were ready to receive it. They were ready to receive the right counsel at the right time. And you know what also? It was also about the fact that Samuel had earned the nation's respect. He earned the nation's respect. They were ready to change. They were tired of getting pushed around and bullied by the Philistines. And they were ready to sit back and take a stand.
The love of the congregation.
Yes, he did. But he won the congregation by being upright, by making sure none of his words fell to the ground, like we read in, I think it was 1 Samuel chapter 3.
1 Samuel chapter 3, verse
20, by 19. He said, and did let none of his words fall to the ground. All his words had meaning, had power, and the prophecies and what the Most High was telling him had merit. And he won the people's trust by his works, his consistency, and his conduct. So with all that being said, then the people were ready to listen. He gave them the right counsel. The people were ready to receive it and embrace it. It's the combination of the whole scenario. He won their trust, and they were ready to listen.
And the way he won their trust was Deuteronomy 18 and 22.
Okay.
When you said about how his words didn't hit the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 22. When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Most High, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Most High have not spoken.
So that's how you know Samuel was not making up his own religion. Samuel was not creating his own doctrine. Mm-hmm. You know, that's how the people knew that it was from the Most High, because whatever Samuel said, the Most High brought it to pass. And he had already spoken against Eli's family, and it happened. But that's how you know. That's how you know to follow Samuel even that much more, because what he said actually came to pass. Read on.
But the prophet has spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him.
But when you got a prophet that speak out of his own heart, out of his own arrogance, his own thought process, his own mindset, the Most High said, don't follow that. His own opinion, his own thoughts. He said, don't follow that. So Samuel proved to the people that the Most High was working with him, because his words were validated by the Most High.
Because afraid also being respect.
God.
Mm-hmm.
God.
More?
No, that was it. Just showing how his words didn't fall to the ground.
God, no doubt. So where are we at?
We're in Genesis 22, page 153. When Samuel had said thus, the multitude applauded his discourse, and were pleased with his exhortation to them, and gave their consent to resign themselves up to do what was pleasing to the Most High.
It goes back to acceptance.
Yep.
Giving consent means I accept.
And we'll do it your way. And
Change
we'll
does not happen till there's acceptance.
And don't forget, before, it was just that we all came together and decided to fight. That was the depth of what we did in the time of Judges.
God.
We will follow the strongest warrior, regardless if this dude was a beast or not. Don't forget, Jephthah, these guys were beasts, and they were thugs out in the street. And they just went, Israel, the elders would get the biggest, baddest dude to go help fight their battles for them. Don't forget, Jephthah's brothers kicked him out. Yeah. So he hung out with vain men, light men.
Yeah.
What do you think he was doing in the streets? He was robbing and stealing. He was thugging.
We need you back, man.
We need the biggest, strongest fighter we got to sit back here and be our champion.
Yeah.
That was how we won battles for 350 years, bro. Now Samuel is the first one. He said, listen, man, we got to do this better, right? You're not going to beat these Philistines with your strength, because these dudes is just as strong as you.
And that emphasizes, cursed be the man, making his flesh his own.
God.
It really shows how that we can't trust our man-made methods. No, we can't control. Church not even our intelligence.
Good.
Our power.
It only goes so far. He says you can't lean on this no more. It's not working.
Yeah.
If you're gonna sit back and continue to grow and evolve, you better trust in the Most High. Continue. What's that? You had something?
Oh, the Lord's my battle axe, but it's cool. So Samuel gathered them together to a certain city called Mizpah, which in the Hebrew tongue signifies a watchtower.
Mm-hmm.
There they drew water and poured it out to the Most High, and fasted all day, and betook themselves to their prayers.
So they made a decision in Mizpah, which is right here, that they weren't going to sit back here and drink any water. They was going to sit back here and take that vow to not drink anything, and ask the Most High to look after them.
Please, yeah.
Now we're going to hold this. We're going to go now back to 1 Samuel 7. Okay? Chapter 7, verse 2 now.
Where's that Mizpah?
Mizpah's right there.
Okay.
It's Mizpah, then it's going to be Gilgal up here, and then the other city is Mizpah, Gilgal, and there's one more that it talks about. It explained it in 1 Samuel 7. Let's continue.
1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 2. And it came to pass, while the ark abode in Kirjath Jearim, that the time was long, for it was 20 years, and all the house of Israel lamented after the Most High.
They were lamenting for this 20 years because the Philistines were still giving them problems. Read on.
Verse 3. And Samuel spake unto all the house of Israel, saying, If ye do return unto the Most High with all your heart, then put away the strange gods and Ashtaroth from among you, and prepare your hearts unto the Most High, and serve him only, and he will deliver you out of the hand of the Philistines.
Mm-hmm.
And the children of Israel did put away Baalim and Ashtaroth, and serve the Most High only.
So that was part of the deal. They went and got rid of all their gods, burnt them up, got rid of them, and made that claim to the Heavenly Father. Read on.
And Samuel said, Gather all Israel to Mizpah, and I will pray for you unto the Most High.
And Mizpah is in the land of Ephraim. Okay? Mizpah is in the land of Ephraim. So he says, listen, come together, and Samuel was going to pray for the people instead of back in the day the other judges just fighting the battle. Samuel went the spiritual route. Okay? Read on.
Verse 6. And they gathered together to Mizpah, and drew water, and poured it out before the Most High, and fasted on that day, and said there, We have sinned against the Most High. And Samuel judged the children of Israel in Mizpah.
He judged them by exhorting them. And once he got Israel to sit back here and be desirous enough to change in Mizpah, then he went and petitioned for the people. He wasn't going to petition for the people and pray for the people unless they showed that they were serious about changing. Read on.
Verse 7. And when the Philistines heard that the children of Israel were gathered together to Mizpah, the lords of the Philistines went up against Israel. And when the children of Israel heard it, they were afraid of the Philistines.
So what they tried to do is the Philistines were like, okay, they're all coming up here to congregate. Now we break them. Once again, the Philistines had them on the run for a long time anyway. So when they heard they was all gathered in Mizpah, they said we can sit back here and break them in one time and reclaim the land they took from us 400 years ago. Read on.
Verse 8. And the children of Israel said to Samuel, Cease not to cry unto the Most High our power for us, that he will save us out of the hand of the Philistines.
So they said, man, listen, these dudes is coming. They're coming to fight. Don't stop praying for us. Don't stop praying for us because these dudes could kill us. Read on.
And Samuel took a sucking lamb and offered it for a burnt offering holy unto the Most High. And Samuel cried unto the Most High for Israel, and the Most High heard him. Verse 10. And as Samuel was offering up the burnt offering,
in the midst of him actually burning his burnt offering, read on.
The Philistines drew near to battle against Israel. But the Most High thundered with a great thunder on that day upon the Philistines, and discomfited them, and they were smitten before Israel.
Hold that, and let's go back to paragraph 2 in the Josephus. So obviously what's happening in the midst of Samuel offering up the burnt offering, the Philistines are trying to go to war and trying to damage the people at Mizpah. And in the midst of all this tumultuous scenario going on, the Most High is sending thunder to discomfort and wipe out the Philistines right in front of the Israelites as Samuel is sending prayers up and sending that offering to the Most High. Read paragraph 2.
Book 6, chapter 2, paragraph 2.
1 second.
Page 153.
Yep. Go for it.
This, their assembly, did not escape the notice of the Philistines.
So them coming together at Mizpah, the Philistines was up on it. Read on.
So when they had learned that so large a company had met together, they fell upon the Hebrews with a great army and mighty forces, as hoping to assault them when they did not expect it, nor were prepared for it. This thing affrighted the Hebrews and put them into disorder and terror. So they came running to Samuel and said that their souls were sunk by their fears and by the former defeat they had received, and that thence it was that we lay still, lest we should excite the power of our enemies against us. Now while thou hast brought us hither to offer up our prayers and sacrifices, and take oaths to be obedient, our enemies are making an expedition against us.
So as simple as this: if I just maintain consistent obedience and consistent focus on the Most High, He's gonna eradicate our enemies for us. He'll fight all of our battles for us.
Okay.
It's about how consistent, how focused can I be, and how obedient can I be.
No. You got to make sure you're clear with that statement. Because He won't fight your battles. He'll fight and protect you in things you can't control. You got to fight your battles. Okay. If you're obedient and you fight what's inside of you, He will protect the things you can't control and that you have no control over. That's what He guarantees. You know what I mean? Because if you sit back here and you say that He fights your battles, well, He fights the things you can't fight yourself.
Right. You still got to make those inward changes.
And that's where most of the battles lie. The battles lie within. And if you fight the things inside of you, He'll take care of the peripheral issues. The outside issues getting in the way of you trying to serve Him.
Gotcha.
Get what I'm saying? So what's happening here is, this is the test of, okay, you guys are coming to me. You guys want to take me serious? Now your enemies are going to come out here and test you. Now, are you going to cleave to me? Or are you going to cleave to your own way during the time of difficulty? And this is what they're having to sit back and face. Now, they chose to cleave to Samuel at this time versus cleaving to their own way. And they're like, can you keep praying for us? These guys are on their way. They took 30,000 out the last time we fought. So please look after us. Well, let's keep going, sir.
Now while thou hast brought us hither to offer up our prayers and sacrifices, and take oaths to be obedient, our enemies are making an expedition against us, while we are naked and unarmed.
Right. So it was a faith move, and this is how the Most High showed them that He's with them. They had no weaponry, they weren't prepared, and the Philistines came in here fully armed, ready to go. It was almost like the Philistines had a national army on deck, and we're sitting back here just running around like farmers out with pitchforks, and that's it. It was like we weren't even armed and prepared at all. Okay, read on.
While we are naked and unarmed, wherefore we have no other hope of deliverance, but that by thy means and by the assistance of the Most High shall afford us upon thy prayers to Him, we shall obtain deliverance from the Philistines. Hereupon Samuel bade them be of good cheer, and promised them that the Most High would assist them.
Now listen, it's not always easy to be of good cheer when you got people with damn guns or weapons trying to sit back here and kill you down the street.
Well, he said something real critical. He said right here, he says, we have no other hope of deliverance, but by thy means and by the assistance the Most High shall afford us upon thy prayers to Him. He's showing that all you have is prayers.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have nothing else. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and your works that he had told him to do earlier.
Your oath that
Yep.
you made, that you swore that you were going to make a change.
Yep.
And that you resigned your doing things your way.
Yep.
So all you had was your word, your oath, your promise to the Most High that I'm going to change, and then the sacrifice they did as far as the fasting.
Yep.
And then all they had was their prayers as a defense.
Good.
Is this well, I was wondering if this was a good precept for that.
What you got?
It was Jeremiah 15 and 19.
Just say it.
It was, therefore thus saith the Lord, if thou return, then will I bring thee again, and thou shalt stand before me. And if thou take forth the precious from the vial, thou shalt be as my mouth. Let them return unto thee, but return not thou unto them. And I will make this people a fenced brazen wall. And they shall fight against thee, but they shall not prevail against thee. For I am with thee to save thee and to deliver thee.
Good. Because it still boils down to the protection is there as long as the obedience is there.
Right. But you still have to petition the Most High's favor.
Yep.
And I saw that was kind of the question I had. Separating the precious from the vile. Is that just like a recommitment?
Read that part again. Let me go find it because
I'm sorry. That was just. I had it like all day. I was wondering.
Jeremiah 15.
And 19.
Let's see.
Much appreciated.
Okay, let's read that again. Okay, let's do it again.
Jeremiah 15, 19. Therefore, thus saith the Most High, if thou return, then will I bring thee again.
Read verse 18.
Verse 18. Why is my pain perpetual, and my wound incurable, which refuseth to be healed? Wilt thou be altogether unto me as a liar, and as waters that fail?
So I guess Jeremiah is trying to find out why is the sting constantly happening. Okay, and prolonged. Read on.
Therefore thus saith the Most High, if thou return, then will I bring thee again, and thou shalt stand before me. And if thou take forth the precious from the vial, thou shalt be as my mouth. Let them return unto thee.
Take the precious from the vial.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying it up. If thou therefore take the precious from the vial, thou shalt be as my mouth. Let them return unto thee, but return not thou unto them. I would need to read up a lot more to kind of like
get the context.
Get the context of what's being said. Because really would have to read up and just kind of find out.
It still go back to the point, but read verse 1 and 2. It still go back to the same point. Well, it still has relevance in this particular circumstance. Read verse 1 and 2.
Jeremiah 15:1.
That's where I'm at.
Oh. Then said the Most High unto me, though Moses and Samuel stood.
And what we're reading about right here, we're reading Samuel. That's where we at. When 1 Samuel 7 and when in the Josephus about Samuel, he said both of these men were special to the Most High in being able to get the people to put down their actions and make a commitment back to the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
They were instruments that the Most High was using. Go ahead.
Then said the Most High unto me, though Moses and Samuel stood before me, yet my mind could not be toward this people.
And that's what the Most High was saying, is that there's something about these people that keeps the Most High at a distance.
Yeah.
Even today, what is it that we do? How do we behave that keeps the Most High at a distance from us?
Because the love is conditional.
Right.
The love is conditional. The love is based only upon your need. That's what keeps separating us. When we need it, when it's life or death, I love the Most High. But if it's not life or death, whatever, man.
It's not.
I'm gonna go choose my life now.
And I pulls right here. It's when it says precious. I've got the Strongs, right? Precious. It says highly valued, stones, jewels, glorious, splendid, weighty, influential, costly, right? Splendid. Then you have vile. Vile is talking about what? Worthless, insignificant, light, shake, tremble, quake, squander. So it's talking about you're separating the sheep from the goats. Sheep from the goats in the New Testament is, we're going to separate the sheep from the goats. The goats represent the man of sin. Goat is a person, it's an animal, has a horn being, hard-headed, isolated in the mountains. It's dealing with the nations. It's not trying to be in a flock format. It wants to live in its own and be an isolated individual. And then the sheep lives what? Has to live off, is defenseless, has to serve a shepherd, has to follow a shepherd, and live in a communal setting.
Has to be led.
Has to be led. That's a sheep versus a goat. In this format, it's saying the precious from the vile.
Yep.
It's just two separate formats of personality.
Well, it's the same thing that 1 Samuel says in chapter 7 about how you have to let go of that wickedness.
And that, because that vial, I thought for a minute, when you read
like a bottle.
It was a V-I-O-L.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? It sounded like you said like a vial.
Yeah.
Like a bottle or vessel, but it's vile, meaning detestable. You know what I'm saying? And that makes more sense right now, understanding that it's V-I-L-E, not the V-I-O-L. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of threw me for a loop. Like he was pouring out.
The
precious from the vial.
That's what I thought it was. It
that's
sense.
the way it sounded initially, but now reading it and looking at it, it's talking about what's sacred versus what's. We know that from Deuteronomy. He says y'all supposed to separate the clean from the unclean. We're supposed to have been doing this from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? And that's all. That's a message that Israel has had a problem with for a long time, trying to commingle their way of doing things with what the Most High considers right.
Yeah.
He said you got to make a staunch separation between the two. You know what I'm saying?
It's true. We want to mix.
Yeah,
We want to mix the vile is our ways, how we do things, with the precious, which is the Most High's ways. We want to mix the Most High's way with ours. That's what we always do.
Yep.
I'll do this truth thing, but I'm gonna do it my way. I'm gonna serve my master, but I'm gonna do it my way. I'm gonna serve my husband, I'm gonna do it my way. I'm gonna do it with these men, but I'm gonna do these men my way. You're doing something. Your pursuit initially is spiritual, but it becomes detestable to the Most High because we mix in our elements, our ways, our opinions, our feelings, our own personal doctrines get mixed in with the truth. Then you got
and that goes back to what we was talking about being presumptuous. That's the whole idea of being presumptuous. Is that I know the Most High's way because I've been taught, but I'm still gonna do it my way,
no matter what.
No matter what.
He's asked for the same thing. He's giving us the same thing.
Okay.
That's a good verse though. But let's continue in the Josephus. I think it was in Josephus, right? Yeah.
Yes, sir. It's the middle and the end. I'm sorry, of sentence 24. While we are naked and unharmed, wherefore we have no other hope of deliverance, but that by thy means and by the assistance of the Most High shall afford us upon thy prayers to him, we shall obtain deliverance from the Philistines. Hereupon Samuel bade them to be of good cheer, and promised them that the Most High would assist them. And taking a sucking lamb, he sacrificed it for the multitude, and besought the Most High to hold his protecting hand over them when they should fight with the Philistines, and not to overlook them, nor suffer them to come under a second misfortune. Accordingly, the Most High hearkened to his prayers, and accepting their sacrifice with a gracious intention, and such as was disposed to assist them, he granted them victory and power over their enemies. Now while the altar had the sacrifice of the Most High upon it, and had not yet consumed it wholly by its sacred fire, the enemy's army marched out of their camp, and was put in order of battle, and this in hope.
So it says, and so now while the altar had the sacrifice of the Most High on it, and had not yet consumed it wholly by its sacred fire, so it hadn't completely burnt it all up. The enemy's army marched out of their camp. Keep going on.
Right. And was put in order of battle, and this in hope that they should be conquerors, since the Jews were caught in distressed circumstances, as neither having their weapons with them, nor being assembled there in order to fight.
The Philistines thought they had them. They thought they could conquer them and take over all their land. Read on.
But things so fell out that they would hardly have been credited, though they had been foretold by anybody. For in the first place, the Most High disturbed their enemies with an earthquake and moved the ground under them to such a degree that he caused it to tremble.
Now listen, we still got to go with the scriptures over to Josephus. The scripture said the thunder. Now maybe the thunder and the ground was moving.
Okay, because thunder isn't lightning; it's vibration.
Yeah.
Well, you know that
True.
that underground volcano that it just exploded right by Fiji.
Mm-hmm.
As it was exploding, the noise from the explosion could be heard all the way in Alaska.
It's crazy.
And so regardless of what's happening, whether it's the thunder from lightning, but that thundering, when you listen to the videos, you can go online later on, listen to the videos of the people that was on the island recording the explosion and the ash being shot up in the air, and listen to the sounds of what was coming from that earthquake. The sound sounded like continuous thunder. It sounded like constant, like rolling thunder. Yeah, it was continuous. It wasn't just like a boom and then it was a vibration. It was a constant boom, boom, boom. It was a constant thundering. And the people started screaming. Like the one lady was on her phone. She was like, "Do you hear that?" Then you hear a boom. Then it would shake them. Then she, ah! The lady started screaming.
Wow.
But when you listen to that, the sound that came from it sent shockwaves. Not just the fact that the earth was trembling itself, but the noise of itself was it's a thunder format. Same thing you would classify as thunder.
Right.
But also during an earthquake, there is lightning because you got elements that are charged particles in the sky. You see lightning and thunderings within the volcano as well. So you got the thunderings and lightning that's coming from the volcano. Every volcano, you're going to see lightning coming down also from the cloud, from the mushroom cloud. But then you also hear the ground shaking as well. So it could be something that we just saw that happened in Fiji in that same fashion. That thundering coming from the ground erupting. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, that's perfect. That's a great explanation.
But also, I just wanted to bring this out too, is that it said that this happened before the offering was completely burnt.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to read 2 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 11.
2 Corinthians, sorry, just dropped it. 2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 11.
Read verse read that.
2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 11. Now therefore perform the doing of it.
So what were they doing? They were actually in the process of making a sacrifice to petition the Most High to get His help.
Mm-hmm.
They were even though the sacrifice wasn't wholly burnt and the sacrifice wasn't complete, they were still in the process of doing it. Read on.
Now therefore perform the doing of it.
Go ahead.
That as there was a readiness to will.
So what does the Most High bless? He blesses what?
The
effort. The effort.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you haven't perfected the sacrifice, He still blesses the effort. And for the fact that they were in the process of sacrificing to the Most High, the Philistines came upon them. The Most High still honored and still stepped in and caused the earthquake and defended them because they were in the process of sacrificing to the Most High, even though it wasn't perfect. Even though the sacrifice wasn't burnt all the way. Read on.
That as there was a readiness to will, so there may be a performance also out of that which ye have.
Read on.
For if there be first a willing mind.
So what does the Most High look at?
A willing mind.
Do you have a willing mind? That's how the Most High blesses. That's how the Most High defends. That's how the Most High engages in battle for you. Do you have a willing? You don't have to have all the necessary tools to change right away. You don't have to be perfect in your change. But how desirous of a change do you have based upon, and do you have a performance that backs it up? Mm-hmm. Even if you're not perfect in it, does your actions match your desire?
I love what you're saying. That's one because people always say they like to measure. Well, I'm not that person.
Yeah, I'm not like you.
I'm not that brother.
Oh yeah, it's easy for you to say because you've been doing this for a while.
Yep.
You've been in the truth. I'm brand new, so you make it look easy or sound easy, or you make it sound simple. But I don't know what you know. I haven't been around this long enough to be able to say that the Most High is going to look at me and defend me. I can't say that the Most High is going to treat me the same way. The Most High, it's still an unfair way of looking at the Most High. But the Most High is showing what? He said,
if there be first a willing mind, it is accepted.
It is accepted based on what? Go ahead.
According to that a man hath, and not according to that he hath not.
So the Most High is still willing to get closer to you, even if you don't have all the tools of understanding.
Wow.
Even if you don't have to understand the whole Bible for the Most High to start coming to you. You haven't had, some people say, well, I ain't read the whole Bible. So what? I don't think I've read the whole Bible. I can't say I have. There's some parts I probably missed or didn't understand or fell asleep on. I don't know. But nobody, that doesn't quantify the Most High's presence. What quantifies the Most High's presence is not how many notes you got, not how many Bibles you got, not how many breakdowns you got. That doesn't quantify the Most High's presence, or how much time you spent in the body. That doesn't quantify the Most High's presence. What he's showing you is the Most High shows up when you got a desire and you got actions that back up that desire. And if that's all you got, and if that's all you understand, and that's all you can do, based on what you're able to do, He blesses a man according to his several ability. If that's what you're able to do, the Most High will show up. And that's all that we're reading right here, back in the Josephus. If we can go back now, let that go in Corinthians, and go back to where you was at in.
I'm at the end of sentence 25.
Okay. Accordingly, the Most High.
Okay. Accordingly, the Most High hearkened to his prayers, and accepting their sacrifice with a gracious intention.
He said, with the what?
With a gracious intention.
So, because he blessed their sacrifice because of their what?
Gracious intention.
Because of their intention. So the Most High looks at your intention. So is your intention really about changing? You don't have to be perfect to serve the Most High. That's my whole point. You don't got to be perfect. But are you actually making strives and strong efforts to show Him that you want His presence? And even if you haven't done everything that you know how or don't know how to get the Most High's presence, are you making a strong effort?
That's more than fair. Huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's more than fair.
That's
you know how long it takes to read the whole Bible for a new person? It takes forever to read the whole Bible.
Especially if I have trouble reading. What happens if I'm dyslexic? What happens if I don't know how to read that good?
You're doomed.
So that means the Most High wouldn't listen to me because I don't know how to read?
Huh. That's more than fair.
The Most High bless on a man's will.
Good.
How bad do you want the Most High to be there for you? And are you backing that will up or that desire up with some action? So that just shows that sacrifice to that lamb didn't have to be completely burnt for the Most High to show up.
Right.
That's all I want to bring out.
That was great. Let's keep going.
Sentence 27. That's what we were.
Oh, go ahead.
The Most High disturbed their enemies with an earthquake and moved the ground under them to such a degree that He caused it to tremble and made them to shake, insomuch that by His trembling He made some unable to keep their feet and made them fall down. Wow. And by opening its chasms, He caused that others should be hurried down into them.
So this earthquake opened up and swallowed these guys up, huh?
Wow.
By opening its chasms, that means the land opened up. Because don't forget, they didn't have any weapons.
Man.
We didn't have any weapons, so he opened up the ground.
Just like those sinkholes that be popping up.
Brother, he made these cats fall in the damn chasms, sinkholes. Keep going.
After which He caused such a noise of thunder to come among them, and made fiery lightning shine so terribly round about them, that it was ready to burn their faces.
Wow.
That close to lightning. I'm sorry, man. That's amazing.
That's a little too close for comfort.
Scary.
Wow. Brother.
And He so suddenly shook their weapons. He so suddenly shook their weapons out of their hands that He made them fly and return home naked.
Wow.
That's amazing.
He ran these dudes out all the way with it says fiery lightning that shines so terribly around them that it was ready to burn their faces out.
So scary.
The heat from a damn lightning.
That's crazy.
That's amazing, act. That it was burning their faces, act. That it was ready to burn their faces. Read on.
So Samuel, with the multitude, pursued them to Bethkar, a place so called. And there he set up a stone as a boundary of their victory and their enemies' fight, and called it the stone of power, as a signal of that power the Most High had given them against their enemies.
Hold that and go back to the scriptures in Samuel. 1 Samuel chapter 7 and verse 14.
Matter
of fact, exactly. Give me verse 10 real quick.
1 Samuel chapter 7, verse 10. And as Samuel offering up the burnt offering, I missed a word, sorry. And as Samuel was offering up the burnt offering, the Philistines drew near to battle against Israel. But the Most High thundered with a great thunder on that day upon the Philistines, and discomfited them, and they were smitten before Israel.
And the Josephus explained the how they were discomfited. Read on.
And the men of Israel went out of Mizpah, and pursued the Philistines, and smote them, until they came under Bethkar.
Mm-hmm.
Then Samuel took a stone, and set it between Mizpah and Shin, and called the name of it Ebenezer, saying, Hitherto hath the Most High helped us.
Mm-hmm.
So the Philistines were subdued, and they came no more into the coast of Israel, and the hand of the Most High was against the Philistines.
Okay, I'm sorry. Keep going.
All the days of Samuel.
So during the time of Samuel, we reclaimed all the land that we lost in that initial battle. We lost 30,000 near Abezar. Okay, so we reclaimed, and it was at least, now we're back to square one again. Okay, and the Philistines, when as long as Samuel was in power, the Philistines didn't have any more power, or they didn't take any more chances to even try to rise up against the Jews. Okay, read on.
Verse 14. And the cities which the Philistines had taken from Israel were restored to Israel.
There you go.
From Ekron even unto God.
So the Most High has the power to restore us. Huh?
God.
If we're
humble.
And the coast thereof did Israel deliver out of the hands of the Philistines. And there was peace between Israel and the Amorites.
Mm-hmm.
And Samuel judged Israel all the days of his life. And he went from year to year in circuit.
Hold on one second. Verse 14 says, and the cities of the Philistines had taken from Israel were restored to Israel, from Ekron even unto Gath. I don't think Ekron and Gath were given back to the Jews, because they were never taken over. I mean, I don't think the Jews ever had control of Ekron and Gath, because those were two of the five kingly cities. But I would imagine the neighboring areas. That was, I'm trying to find.
Cause wasn't
Yeah, because if you look at the map, you'll see Gath and Ekron, and you'll see they're like neighboring the adjoining Israelite cities to the east of it. So you have these little lines up here, and Ekron and Gath is to the west, but all the adjoining cities close to it were given and restored back to the Jews. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I saw that, because it didn't make sense initially. Okay, now let's give me verse 15 real quick.
Verse 15. And Samuel judged Israel all the days of his life. And he went from year to year in circuit to Bethel and Gilgal and Mizpah, and judged Israel in all those places.
So it says, so from his entire time that he was judging Israel, he would sit back here and have all the people go to Bethel, Gilgal. On this map, you'll see Baal Hazor, but that's Gilgal. So Gilgal, Bethel, and Mizpah. These were the cities, the three cities that he had chosen as locations that he went to do the judging to the people. Now, in the Josephus, it explains, give me in the Josephus, book 6, chapter 3, paragraph 1.
Book 6, chapter 3, paragraph 1. But Samuel the prophet, when he had ordered the affairs of the people after a convenient manner, and had appointed a city for every district of them, he commanded them to come to such cities.
Listen, Samuel commanded the Jews from all around to come down to these cities. And it was Bethel, it was Mizpah, and it was Gilgal. And he commanded them to go to these cities. And if there was issues, he would meet them at certain appointed times and judge the matters of the people from those 3 cities. Okay? Read on.
To have the controversies that they had one with another determined in them. He himself going over those cities twice in a year, and doing them justice.
So he'd make these rotations to those 3 cities twice a year, and he deal with all the affairs of the nation of Israel, not just the people in that particular area. Because that area, like the land of Benjamin and the land of Ephraim. But they would have all the people come down to that particular area, and he'd deal with those issues twice a year in each of those cities. Okay? Read on.
So he'll hit each of those 3 cities. Twice a year. So
6. So he had 6.
So
he
6
was in,
trips.
Yeah, 6 trips. Or maybe he would do a rotation and just be out for a period of time, and then come back around and be out for a period of time.
Right.
That's probably what he did. Probably every 6 months or so, he'd go out, make a rotation, go back out and make a rotation.
He was consistent in his governorship.
And he might not have traveled all the way north and all the way south, but if you wanted the answers, you needed the issues to be dealt with, you went to those spots. And I guess they were close enough locations to where everybody could reach to them without it being a real problem. Okay? Read on.
And by that means, he kept them in very good order for a long time.
Okay, hold that. Go back to the scriptures.
1 Samuel, chapter 8, verse 21.
No, verse 7, verse 17.
Verse 17. Sorry about that.
You good.
And his return was to Ramah.
So Ramah was where he lived, and that's right in the middle of all of it. You see, that's Ramah. That's where he lived. And it's weird because his family land was in Ephraim, but he lived in Ramah, which is in Benjamin. I don't understand why he did that, but that was where he lived. He lived in the land of Benjamin, in Ramah, and that was near that rotation of places, Mizpah, Gilgal, and Bethel, that he would go to. Okay? Keep going, sir.
For there was his house, and there he judged Israel, and there he built an altar unto the Most High.
Okay. Let's go back and do the last thing we're going to do is go into the paragraph 3. It's book 6, chapter 2, paragraph 3.
Book 6, chapter 2, paragraph 3. So the Philistines, after this stroke, made no more expeditions against the Israelites. But lay still out of fear. And out of remembrance of what had befallen them, and what courage the Philistines had formerly against the Hebrews.
You know, all that quit ye like men? No, that was done. Read on.
Samuel also made an expedition against the Philistines, and slew many of them, and entirely humbled their proud hearts, and took from them that country, which, when they were formerly conquerors in battle, they had cut off from the Jews, which was the country that extended from the borders of Gath to the city of Ekron.
So they did take Gath and Ekron. They did take both of those cities.
So in 1 Samuel 7 and 14, it was saying that Israel got those cities back.
They got those cities, but they got 2 of the 5. They got 2 of the major 5 kingdoms of the Philistines. Impressive. Okay, so they got Gath and Ekron. Read on.
But the remains of the Canaanites were at this time in friendship with the Israelites.
So the rest of that's why in the scriptures where it says the Amorites were at peace with them. The rest of because it wasn't just Philistines. It was Amorites. It was Canaanites. It was different. It was other nations that were still in that land. Don't forget that whole land was still full of different nations inside of it. And the Philistines were just on the southwest. The rest of the nations were still mixed in with the Jew lands, and they were at peace with the Jews. Whether it was the Canaanites or the Amorites, Amorites were on both sides actually of the west of Jordan and the east of Jordan. Then you had Canaan was up north, and you had your Tyre and Zidon people were up northwest. The Phoenicians were northwest. But point is, it's just explaining that that area was put in order. Gath and Ekron now became the Jews again, and order was restored. Okay, and I think that's enough for today. Unless there's any other questions. I mean, we accomplished what we talked about. We got our 5 chapters in, and
I just want to make a statement.
Yes, sir.
I think that the theme of the class is beautiful. Dealing with Israel, small recap on how the Most High is ever merciful as long as we are ever sincere, and we're sincere in our desire to serve the Most High. Israel needs a rock bottom state. A carnal man needs a rock bottom state to get back in order.
Which is Israel.
The Most High is still separating sheep from goats, vile from precious. The previous judges of Israel were great warriors, but they weren't necessarily spiritual. And this is the ushering in the golden age of the heart of the history of Israel. They call this time period from Samuel on up. They call it the heart of Hebrew history. Yeah. And this is ushering in the golden age. We're getting past this being physical warriors, and we're going into, okay, cool. We're starting to dominate our nation using higher quality priesthood. We're looking at how the Most High defends Israel from outside factors like Philistines, and we're seeing how the Most High he's still doing our borders. Our borderline keep changing based on how we change.
Yep. Facts.
So it's just showing that that the things that were in our class, the Most High showed these chapters, how it still connects to from Genesis to now. These gaining the land and then not completing our task, and now these issues coming back to bite us in the ass. How it affects us on a home level. You know, we want to be into our families and everything, but then you ain't gonna have no family when these people take over. You're their servants.
Yep. You know, I forgot the scripture. The Most High said He would not wholly do away with the Gentiles, but as to keep us, to correct us in measure.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The nations are necessary.
They're necessary.
Their presence is ever there. Right?
Yeah. Because they're reminders of our carnality. When we get carnal, the Most High brings our enemies upon us.
Yep. To buffet us out.
Yeah.
He still loves us. Huh? But hey, listen. I still love you, but I know that
if I don't keep these nations here, you'll get buck wild.
You're subject to getting buck.
Any questions? Okay. Majum. Y'all ready? Okay. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over. Bless. Heal. Protect. And make strong. The people of Yahshua. Also send unto us. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual power. And forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathalanau. Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathalanau. Awar. Lara'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ab.
Ha'awa'ab.
Nathalanel.
Nathalanel.
Ha'ayah.
Ha'ayah.
Korah.
Korah.
La Korah.
La Korah.
Ha'ay.
Ha'ay. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ab.
Ha'awa'ab.
Nathalanel.
Nathalanel.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayat.
Zayat.
Lamashach.
Lamashach.
Yasharah.
Yasharah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
And to sing praises unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph
in the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh.
But thou, Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thine enemies shall perish.
For lo thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire on mine enemies.
My desire on my enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ear shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
Laduad.
Laduad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama. Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim. Gum.
Yachad.
Kashaman. Hatawab. Ayel. Hara'ash. Yarad. Ayel. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharan. Shayarad. Ayel. Paya. Manawathiwa. Katal. Karamwan. Shayarad. Ayel. Haroria. Tazayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazawah. Yahweh. Habaraka. Chayayim. I. Ha'al Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Psalm 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Brachanawa. Washralim. Wabiyat. Support. 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 Baruch Thei Help.
Baruch Thei Help.
Baruch Thei Help Shot.
Baruch Thei Help Shot.
Baruch Thei Help.
Baruch Thei Help.
Baruch Thei Help Shot.
Baruch Thei Help Shot.
All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All love.
All love.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All long suffering.
All long-suffering.
All power.
All power.
From your help.
From your help.
All power.
All power.
From your help.
From your help.
All power.
All power.
From your help.
From your help.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
The water.
The water.
The Miyah.
The Miyah.
Amen.
Amen.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushai, Woko Yasha'Allah, men of Israel, a Muslim, Barak, Yahweh Yasha'Allah, Rakam, Kum Yasha'Allah,
Kwam Yasha'Allah.
Kum Yasha'Allah,
Kwam Yasha'Allah.
Kum Yasha'Allah,
Kwam Yasha'Allah.
And the Matat, turn her face to the sisters. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, a Muslim, Barak,
Yahweh Yasha'Allah.
Yahweh Shamar Alathan Bahashem Yahushai.
Yes, Matap. Dismissed. Fall out.
Okay.
Shalom Israel. The water, sis.
Those mice was funny though.
Yeah. Y'all take care now. Shalom, everybody.
Worst thing ever.